So I never really play Magic the Arena that much, but it's mainly because you always had to like get cards. You had to buy cards to make your deck. You couldn't just play a deck that you wanted, and it doesn't have access to Commander, but it definitely has the best. How to say it? It's like the best gameplay of all the Magic card games. It's actually smooth. You don't have to calculate and manually add a bunch of tokens and your power levels and all that. So if they could do this for Commander, it'd be great. Like if they put all their cards in there. All right, so we got 3 mana, we got removal, we got these cards. So I think that's a decent hand. We might take off a little slow, but we'll see what happens. I kind of want to get into this because I actually enjoy playing Magic a little bit, but it's hard to do it. Cards like Evolving Wilds and stuff is kind of like in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's kind of like Pot of Greed. And I really think cards like this, that's how my deck's set up right now. Is like all these are just a bunch of cards that randomly like draw me stuff. So it thins your deck out, which like in Yu-Gi-Oh is like a big deal with a 60 card deck. But in Magic, since you have lands, these aren't really it's a little bit harder to make a deck compared to Yu-Gi-Oh. Just let's just say that, I guess. It's a lot of 1/1 counters going on here. Let's try and go for a land. The playing mono white, I kind of like playing mono white because it feels a lot more like Yu-Gi-Oh, where you need to streamline your deck as much as possible. You need cards that do multiple effects. Like this Citizen's Crowbar is pretty nice. He's wanting some lifelink, and he has random cards that are getting counters. This is what I don't like. All of his cards can get huge, and this is bad. He has a 3/3, and it just whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put it one. Like this is gonna be a big one here. So that's a tapped creature. We need a land. Okay, we need that. I'm gonna sing for 3, and then hopefully he just lets us hit. The next turn, maybe he attacks with this other one. If this thing gets big enough, I mean, if he attacks with it, we're gonna be able to destroy some stuff here. So we just need to keep them scared. One thing that I do like, to Magic compare. Oh shit. These are going to come 2/2s. Let's try to get rid of that. We need this land. And then we're going to need... let's just put the cat down. Okay. I think we just do another land because then we can get... well, we can't do Inspiring Commander, but we can do Bond of Discipline, which will get us some life. And we still got Banishing Slash. As long as we kill this lion... Crap. No, when he attacks, this is going to... Crap. When he attacks, this thing's going to get big. And he's going to get the tokens anyway. Oh, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. You got to get rid of these. Ugh. Okay, so we got 5. This would be 6. Let's go ahead and keep that land. Put another crowbar down. Okay. So he has one blocker that's a 3/3. I'll go ahead and swing in for 3. So if he blocks that, he'll lose his Hallowed Priest. But he doesn't have any way to gain life, alright? We're going to be able to use Bond of Discipline to swing in one time. And so right now he would be able to hit us for 8, and we could get 2, 4, 6, 9, 11. So it would be worth the trade, but if he gets any more, we're going to lose. For sure. If he gets a flyer down, we're going to lose. For sure. But if we can get Inspiring Commander down, we can gain a little bit of life and draw a card. So that's something. And he's thick enough that he can take a shot from one of these things and live, which would be fairly decent. This isn't good. So blockers, trample and haste. Alright. So he can hit us for 5, but we're gaining 1 life, so we're still in it. If he attacks with these 2, we can kill the pup, but it's not going to help us the most, to be honest. We're hanging in there, though. We're hanging in there. If we can get these 2 on the, well, actually, no, even if we do that, it's not going to... Shit. That's not good. Alright. So he's going to hit us. If we block this, he didn't give it lifelink, which I think is not good, but if we block this, we're going to take 4 damage. We'll be able to survive 1 more attack next turn. If we don't, we're going to die next turn, so I think we got to block the big boy. We'll play this, so 6, so we can play Spirit Commander or this dog. Don't need that. We need to draw something else. So with this, we could attack, but he's going to kill it. Whatever we attack with, he's going to kill. So now we just got to kind of sit on our hands. Potentially, we could stick these things to give 2/2 to something, which would be Resistance Squad, maybe, or Inspiring Commander. That's game. The deck we're using right now has a bunch of card draw. I just don't have the mana to deal with the rest of this stuff. So let's go look at decks real quick. So this is gonna go over here. I like the crowbars. They're able to do a lot of removal. All right, but that last deck we have quite a bit of enchantment removal, to be honest. So let's go this in here. So we still have these charm strays. We can make a deck like we used to have. So these have lifelink, and they put 1/1 counters on each other. We can still use our old deck, probably, but put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, gains vigilance until end of turn. It has flashback. I really want to make a white deck in real life that uses a lot of sorceries and instants and stuff like this, because I feel like it catches people off guard. Like when you don't know what your ally or your enemy's going to use. They just have like a crappy creature, and then all of a sudden they get like Death Touch or something. Um, Maybe I should make an Aldrich deck. Aldrich the Tactician. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature or vehicle. So things like this, like Portable Wormhole. Target blocking or blocked creature you control. Gains 2/2 until end of turn. Like this doesn't see like tactical advantage. Like this doesn't seem like that good of a card, but a 2/2. There's a lot of times right now where I'm attacking with my creatures that they're kind of on par with the enemy's creatures, and I can't destroy them. So I feel like maybe having buffs like this would be good. But what I like about the deck that we've been using is that I didn't plan it out the way it happened, but so when you look at this, like the Inspiring Commanders, I've never really been able to get these off. They cost a little bit too much, even though they're really good. They cost a little bit too much. The Bond of Disciplines are okay, but they don't really help me a whole lot. And then the Leonian War Leader and the Resplendent Cathar are like the win cons in this for the most part. Resplendent Cathar I like more than the Leonian War Leader, even though uh, it doesn't give me two attackers and it doesn't give me health or anything. But I don't have to attack with her. I could just have any creature be with her. The thing that makes me upset a little bit with Magic, though, is that so I play King Darien as my main commander when I play Magic, and I've been wanting to make another deck, and I like mono white and stuff, but all of the male commanders for the most part are dumb. Like their abilities suck, compared to the female characters in Magic. So like when you look at this, great artwork, great picture. You got a knight on a horse, you got soldiers and stuff. I like all of it. I don't really like the pirate hats, but I like all this flavor text of the card. The mana cost is good. The ability's good. The attack and defense I like. It has vigilance, which I like. But when you read the ability, is equal to the number of creatures you control. Whenever you attack, each opponent creates, or for each opponent, create a 1/1 white human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player planeswalker. So it would be a very good commander because in mono white, you could definitely get this out turn 3 and then suddenly be swamping the boards with tokens, and then you don't even have to attack with your commander for the tokens to get created. So really strong commander, but it's a female. And then when you look at like a male, like the best male mono white commanders that I can think of is there's like the vehicle card draw guy, the dwarf dude, Darien, but he requires you to take damage to make his tokens, so he's not really an offensive commander all that much. And then you have what? You have Aldrich is probably the next best off the top of my head because you're able to kind of manipulate people's attacks and blocks and stuff. You can just swing in as long as you have like three creatures. You can just keep swinging and do whatever you want. But other than that, there's not really that many good white commanders. This right here is just extremely powerful and versatile of a card. I mean, very nice. I don't really like human creature tokens either. I prefer soldiers, but a human token is perfectly fine. Really strong card here, though. If I had more of these in the deck, this would be a really powerful deck for anything, especially. Actually, is there? I think there's a commander format in here. I don't remember. Play standard. Alchemy uses cards from recent sets with additional balance changes. Only cards from recent sets. Uses cards from standard sets. Brawl. Brawl uses a legendary creature, planeswalker as a commander, and no more than one of each card. Historic uses cards thrown. So for a commander, I'm probably going to use her. But look, like all female commanders here. Wandering Emperor, Flash. As long as Wandering Emperor is the battlefield this turn, you may activate her loyalty abilities anytime you could cast an instant. Put a 1/1 counter on up to one target creature against first strike and end turn. -1, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. -2, exile target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. That's a pretty strong card because you'd go in -2, so turn 4 -2, and then next turn it'd become a 3/3 with vigilance and first strike. That's good. Like this compared to this is gonna be like very close because as soon as these come out, these creatures aren't gonna be strong enough to fight, and they're gonna get picked off by this samurai. Elspeth Resplended. Choose up to one target creature, put a 1/1 counter and a counter from among flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance on it. It's a male angel, or is it a female angel that's bald? It looks like a male angel, which is something you don't see. This is a strong planeswalker. Choose up to one target creature, put a 1/1 counter and a counter from among flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance on it. So this right here is souping up your creatures big time. I haven't seen this card in real life, but if it's a real life card, I mean that's very powerful, especially like in an Aldrich deck. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a permanent card with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield with a shield counter on it. What the hell is a shield counter? Only good goblin is a dead goblin. Now let's make these goblins good. What's going on, Brot? You a goblin slayer? Shield counter, Magic the Gathering. I've never heard of a shield counter. Shield counter provides 2 benefits. If a permanent with a shield counter on it would be destroyed by an effect, the shield counter is removed from the permanent instead of the creature being destroyed. That's pretty good. Second benefit works against damage. If a permanent with a shield counter would be dealt damage, that damage is prevented. Creature or planeswalker. That's pretty good. Mm. Yeah, there's people with. I've played against goblin decks and they're pretty strong, but I like mono white. But Darien has been my commander for a long time in real life. I haven't played Magic the Arena very much. Create 5 3/3 white angel tokens with flying. If this was my commander though, I could get a card out randomly. Hmm. What commander do you think's best? I'd prefer to go mono white. What is a goblin samurai? Are these real life cards or are these only on this game? Because I've never seen this and I feel like somebody would have played it. Creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. Like that's a really good ability. 3, 4, 5. Create a 5/5 red dragon spirit creature token with flying. This is a good card. Like for 6 mana, you're getting a 5/5 dragon with haste. And you can do that every turn or multiple times in one turn. I'm generally not a fan of goblins, but I kind of like this card a little bit. Probably mono white. It seems like this game. So I don't think they have any creature cards that put extra lands into the battlefield for mono white or mono red. This is brawl. Um, I think it's standard. See, I've realized because I play mono white a lot in real life. I got a few decks, but mono white King Darien is my main one, and so like I've gotten it down to where I can make a mono white a straight up mana ramp monster and shit with like Gauntlet of Power, stuff like that. But I don't think they have those kind of effects in the game. I wouldn't be opposed to playing this mono red goblin, but I don't think mono red's going to be able to have that many. It's just this right here. Like when I see this, I'm thinking because I'm pretty sure these are 1v1 matches. So I like this Cathar card, even though it's not a dude. But this a 5/5 dragon, just these tokens just won't be able to compete. It just This is a strong card, and it's a 2-drop. It's a 2-drop for a 2/2, and then you can instantly give it haste. Like that's a good card. Create 3 treasure tokens. Oh, I remember this guy, Dawn Sky. I think, yeah, I've seen Mario Shield of Argive. I probably don't have it on the game yet. I think these are all the cards that I have that I can play. But I've seen I've seen Mario. The Shield of Argive. I like the card, and honestly, I'm fine with King Darien, that white green, because I play mono white King Darien. The white green King Darien is decent. I don't think it's like super good, but I wish they had more milk like commanders that had effects like these female mono white commanders that you have. Most of the guy commanders are kind of eh. Legendary creature human samurai deals combat damage to a player. If it doesn't have an indestructible counter on it, put an indestructible counter on it. Whenever combat damage is dealt to you, remove an indestructible counter from. This is pretty. I could see this being decent, but it doesn't have vigilance. I would like it with vigilance. I've seen this card before because I think this is based off of the real life samurai. There's like a African samurai or something in Japan at some point. They have an anime over that guy too. It's pretty good. I watched it. I forget what it's called though. First strike, whenever samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, untap it. If it's the first combat phase, there's an additional combat phase. That's pretty good for 4-drop, 3/3 first strike. All right. This is basically the only issue with this is it's basically a worse version of that white red angel that does like the same thing but it flies. Enters the battlefield or attack. You control an artifact or enchantment. Create 2/2 white samurai token vigilance. I do like me some samurais. I kind of want to see if I have any other goblin cards with this because I know I have white cards that are decent, but I don't necessarily want to play this goblin because I think you'll be upset. So I think Resplendent Cathar would probably be decent. And we can only have one of each card. So, all right, so we got 60 cards. What should we do? 22, 25 lands? I don't know if I want to do Evolving Wilds or not. Because I could use these Evolving Wilds to draw some extra lands out of my deck for free, but it would slow me down a little bit in ramp. It's probably worth it. I kind of like this. You need an artifact and an enchantment, but I mean, pay 2, sack it, potentially draw 2 cards. I don't think it's bad. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of the exile card, except it's a 0/0 construct artifact in addition to its other type, and has this creature gets +1/+1 for each construct you control. It gains haste until end of turn. Honestly, don't think this card's bad. Because I could copy like any card like that has card draw. It is kind of a mana expensive though for what it is, but I could potentially bring back like Cathar Commander, like sack it, make another one, and then destroy it to destroy an artifact. Get some extra value. Hmm. And a turn for each artifact and enchantment you control. This is pretty good. This seems like a fairly strong card for 2-drop. I mean, if you get it turn 2, you're at least gonna get 2/1/1 counters on something, and then it turns into an enchantment creature, so it turned into a 1/1. Do Do I even have enough cards to make a deck? Where are all the land cards at? There we go. So we need, let's see, we got 2 here, 22 planes. Okay. That's 24 planes, probably enough. Alright, so let's think removal. So we'll have 1, 2, 3. 60 card deck. Four. Five, 6. That's a pretty strong enchantment. Or creature. There's a fox, like a fox wizard card that's like a commander that I kind of want to build a deck with in real life. He like makes spirit tokens or something of creatures. So this would be 7. 8. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. This is a good card for that Audric deck as well, as long as the card exiled. This would be a really good card for an Audric Tactician deck. It's basically Audric, just slower. I like that. Pay 2 to draw a card. 2 life, and then you can draw a card. I think we're just gonna have to make do with what we can get our hands on for now. It's a 2-drop for a 2/1. Okay, we need creatures. So this one can give us, some card draw potentially, so I think that's okay. Resistance squad. This one can still get flying. So, because we don't have access to any really decent card draw. This will give us a White Samurai creature token. It's a little bit cheaper than Elspeth. It also has Flash. The Elspeth one I think is really strong. It's just going to be hard to get it on the battlefield. It's a 5-drop commander, and then you're going to need a creature to protect it. But if you're able to like keep it on the field for 2 turns, it'd be really good. Another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter. I like the card, and I don't like the card though. If that makes sense. I prefer cards that look like soldiers and shit like this instead of celebrity people with a knife. Untap a target creature you control, create a 1/1 green and white citizen creature token. Get some sort of card draw here. Flying and Vigilance, 3 for a 4/4. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a judgment counter on Sinner's Judgment. Then if there are 3 or more judgment counters on it, enchanted player loses the game. I don't really like instant win cards like this, but I mean, it's a 3 for a 4/4 that's Flying and Vigilance. Ideally, I would like to get a token down and then have enough equipments to kind of keep it alive, but double strike 1/1. I like these Aurora enchantments, but this deck is going to be... Hmm. Man, we almost can't even build a deck. Just gotta fill it in with what we can, I guess. We're gonna get smoked when we go into this battlefield. This would be good in a normal deck. 3 for a 3/3 that searches out all the other 3/3s. That's pretty good. Or it's a 3/1, but yeah. That's good. Probably isn't worth it, but do what we gotta do. Do what we gotta do, fellas. Five for 3/3 flying that puts counters on some creature. I mean, this isn't really good, but we don't really have very many more options. Five for a 2/5 that taps a creature. So this is like a removal that can continuously be used. Takes 2 to crew it, so I mean it's not that bad, and it's a 4/4. Eh. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. We're about to get beat up so bad. We use pretty much every card that we own. Flying Angels. Alright, target creature can't be flocked. We got a defender. We have a buff, 3 lands. I guess we keep. Play Evolving Wilds first turn. Evolving Wilds is like Pot of Greed. Sacrifice, Combat Courier, draw a card. This is good. Defender. He has instant and sorcery spells. This is about to get really big. Just drop that. He doesn't have the blue mana for his commander yet, but the thing is he's going to be copying these, and so like if he has something that deals like 1 damage, he's going to copy it and then copy it and copy it. Equipped creature gets 1/1 and has haste. Artifact creature equipment rabbit. That's interesting. I think we need to do March of Otherworldly Light. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of white cards from your hand. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value X or less. So we could clear his board. For each card exiled this way. So we need to... Oh no, this isn't a board wipe. We can only get rid of 1. So we could get... basically exile 1 card. We can get rid of his commander, or we could get rid of this. So if this is I'll just attack with the commander, I guess. He doesn't have enough damage to kill it, but it'll give me a token. He might have removal, but my commander has vigilance, so he should be pretty good. Also, with this wall, target creature can't be blocked, so I could just do this onto my commander next turn. Swing in for 5, 6, and 7. It's going to keep ramping up. So I think, even though we have a bunch of random cards, I think we have a shot here. Yeah, I think we save this for his commander whenever it comes out. As soon as he gets a blue, at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets 1/1 and gains haste until end of turn. So when this transforms, we need this to get rid of it. Dollhouse of Horrors. Okay. This is a 3-drop, so we'd have to exile 2. I think we just take the hit. We'd have to drop. We'd have to exile 2 cards to put that down. So, but yeah, for me, it's all about the flavor of the card. So like Celebrity Fencer isn't a bad card. It just I don't like the look of it at all. So we could block with the commander, but no blocks. We'll take it. each artifact and enchantment I control. So here, what you gonna do, boy? Hey, first victory, boys. First victory. Is our deck good? Not at all. Does it matter? Not really. What? Wednesday Brawl. Going for round 2, puppers. You playing with toys? Hmm? Being all cute, playing with toys over here, being all good and stuff. Alright, so we got 2, we got a removal, we got the trainee, we got token generation anthem. I don't really necessarily like this, but if we can get to 5, it'll probably be okay. Because we're going to be able to get the commander out as long as we can get one more land. So we put trainee down turn 2, hopefully draw a land for turn 3. Resplendent Cathar. He has a very expensive commander, but has flying lifelink. Hmm, that's not good. So this right here, basically when he gets his commander on the field, the game's over. But he's already got quite a lot going on. So now we do wedding invitation, I guess. Yeah, so let's do wedding invitation. And then whenever we'd have to get rid of 2 cards. I don't know if I like that. So let's swing in. We'll keep him back. We'll swing in with these 2. And they'll get a training counter. And we'll get another one. Then we'll have a blocker up for next turn. We'll have 2 blockers for next turn, so that'll be good. We can't allow him to get his commander on this field. And he's very close. He's 5 mana. He needs 1 more mana. Damn. As soon as he gets this on the field, the game's over, and that sucks. And I'm going to have to... Enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 other target creature. So, I mean, okay, so as long as we can get the limousine down, maybe. We either need to get the limousine down or we need to be able to overpower this angel by the time. Crap. I think we lose the game off of this. I think we lose the game off of that. Next turn, if he has a land, I think we lose. Our commander won't be strong enough. We're going to be able to bring our commander out again, though, so we got a plains. We'll probably be okay. Gets 2/2 and gains indestructible, so that can be good. This is a planeswalker, so I don't think... It's not a creature. Honestly, I think if the commander dies again, we stick it in the graveyard, and then we do Dollhouse Horrors, exile it, create a token that's a copy of exiled card, except for it's a construct. And it gains +1/+1 for each construct, and it gains haste until end of turn. So it would still have the effect, which would be good. All right, so here I'm going to attack with 3. And that'll turn into 4. That's probably going to be his land. I doubt that he did not get a land. Yeah, so here comes his commander. Yeah. So now what's going to happen is this thing has lifelink. We're going to have to overpower it. Or we can do Mysterious Limousine. I think we do Mysterious Limousine. Yeah. Okay. And then we go combat. Next. And then all attack. So now this Mysterious Limousine is actually a very powerful card because it's kind of bad because exiles. This can also be used on my creatures though. So technically, if I had a really strong board state, I could exile my own creatures and then prepare for a board wipe. So I kind of like the versatility of the card. If he brings it back, we just exile it again next turn. Okay. He's gonna exile commander. Okay. That's fine. Let's decline. And we'll just hope for a hmm. So I think we can still use the vehicle to get rid of some stuff. Now we have Dollhouse of Horrors, but we just don't have any cards here. He has to block. This is a good card, though. I like this. I don't think it would work in real life commander game though, just because they would destroy this instantly, or they just sit there and wait and then they would destroy it. There'd be too much removal. But in a 1v1, I think we probably could have banned it, but I want to keep this for cost 2 less to cast for each card exiled. I mean, we could technically just pay 2. We could have just paid 2 and destroyed it. It's a 3/2. Two wins. We are amazing at this game. Not really, but still. What was that? Oh, I really want to make a night deck on here pretty bad. All right, so we got 4 mana. I don't think that we keep this. I mean, we got 4 mana. We get another card, so I guess we can see. But if we lose this game, I'm blaming this hand. Okay, there's a lot of mana in this hand. I don't need this much. If we draw another mana, it's gonna be bad. And it's a battlefield exile target on that permanent opponent goes to. It's not. It's not. Maybe we should play a multicolored deck, like a 2-color, so we can get access to more board removal. That'd be good. Some better removal. Artifact instant sorcery you cast cost 1 less to cast. Pay 7 if you own both the Lord of Protector and artifact name. Alright, next turn it starts. Let's see if he gets anything down. If he has a land, he's putting this down. And then I don't know if we win with that. We could do borrowed time and get rid of his commander. I think if he attacks next turn, if he attacks, we block with the Spirited Companion or our commander. and then he can't do anything. But I can't afford to have this stalemate because I don't know what the hell he's doing here. Artifact instant sorcery spells, they cost one less. So we need to get rid of that and start taking over this board. If we can get to 5 mana, then we can do the Mysterious Limousine. You gain 1 life. You control creatures with... If you control creatures named Power, Plant Worker, and Tower Work, you gain 3 life instead. Okay, so let's do Borrowed Time. We'll banish the commander unless he counters it, which I feel like he has a counter spell right now. What did I say? What the hell just happened? So this is a 4/4, but it's tapped this turn. So I'm just going to take the commander. Pay the extra mana, put down another one of these. So we'll swing in with 2. So now we got a 4/4 to counter his 4/4, and we have the land to replay our commander next turn. So if he attacks with this 4/4, I think we just trade. I like this artwork, though. I like that. Token, artifact, creature, construct. I really like this artwork here. So whatever this is, if anyone knows a deck that uses these little golem soldiers, I would make a deck over this because this is cool. We can draw a card. He has a 5/5. I think we just do Mysterious Limousine. Yeah. He doesn't have any mana up, so I doubt that he has a Okay, so now we go to combat. And we will attack with I think we just attack with the commander. We'll get a free token. He's gonna have to block the token, and we'll get 5 damage in, which is pretty good unless he blocks us. And then next turn, we can take these, put them on the limousine, use the limousine to get rid of his commander. So that'll be good. I really like those tokens, though. And then, so if he doesn't do anything next turn, we could potentially increase our board state, but I think I want to get this Splendor card down. Because if he doesn't attack us next turn, we can gain a life per spell, and then we can draw a free card, which would be nice. This Mysterious Limousine is good. I mean, it's a 5 cost for a 4/4 that repeatedly exiles stuff. So I mean, and you can use that offensively or defensively, which I like. That's probably something that I've learned the most playing mono white for a while is that you want cards that have versatility. Draw 2 cards, target creature's -5. He's gonna -5 my commander. Actually, he should -5 my car. This is a really strong card, though. It's a mana rock that draws and exiles, or just draws and destroys cards. I think that was a waste on his part. He should have destroyed the vehicle. Destroying my commander isn't going to stop my commander. So he wasted this card. That's probably a game-ending decision for his part. All right, he's going to go for the car. Yeah. Okay. All right, so this turn we get 5. This is go for the enchantment. And then we'll drop this down. I've also noticed with white decks, you need to be sneaky with stuff that you do. So things like this, we don't have any counters, but when these two attack with my commander later, I'm going to get 2 training counters. So then I can pay 3 and destroy an artifact or enchantment, which then I can destroy borrowed time. Crap. You may activate the low ability to play twice each turn rather than only once. Yeah, if we get our limousine back, we're banishing this thing. Costs less to cast. You can draw a card, then discard a card. Create 2 1/1 color solar soldier creature tokens. You can minus it to exile targeted non-land permanent. Artifacts and planewalkers you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Destroy non-land permanent. So basically, in a couple turns, he's going to be able to board wipe everything. But he can also exile stuff, so this isn't going to be good for us. Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. So he has 3 blockers. If we put our commander down, we could swing in and try to attack that planeswalker. I don't think this is a creature. So we can do this for 8. Counterspell? Damn right. Damn right. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he, huh? Alright, let's go combat. So he can -6 this next turn. We can't allow him to do that. We cannot allow this planeswalker to live. Come on. We can do this, baby. Now he's going to... If he creates soldier tokens again, he can make 4 tokens a turn, which is already absurd in the first place. The main thing is we cannot allow him to exile. If he exile, like, that's the thing. If I bring my commander back, he can exile it the next turn. So, and he can do it twice. He can like right now. So I just hit him with everything that I had to try and reduce this. He's already in. So next turn, he can board wipe everything besides artifact planeswalkers you control. That is absurd, man. And he gets a 4/4. We can hold for a ransom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but he can pay for this and get it back and draw a card next turn. If we put the commander down, he just exiles it next turn. We'll lose one of our creatures. Come on. Damn. There's not much we can do. I guess we'll try to delay him as much as we can. That's all we can try. But all he needs is this planeswalker. So, I mean, there's not much. Like, his whole deck, we would have won, but his commander is just... This is really strong. You got a counterspell? You got a counterspell. Yeah. Fucking hell. One target artifact. Oh, it's an artifact. I'm stupid. I am stupid. You don't got 2 counterspells, boy. See, but it doesn't even matter. Like, he gained... We took him down to 6 or something last turn, and he gained 4 off of that. Artifact, instant, and sorcery spells you cast this turn cost 1 less. You know, and we can't attack him because he's going to just... And he's gaining life. Artifact, instant, and sorcery spells you cast this turn. It costs 2 less to cast, and he's gaining life. I'm surprised he isn't putting out tokens because I would. You can create 4 tokens a turn, but he's trying to board wipe. He's trying to board wipe or he's trying to like keep it up to where he can exile. But if he just one turn he can create 4 1/1s, which would stop all of my damage for multiple turns. Shit. It's the only move we got. We got to go for it, boys. All or nothing. Counterspell? Got a counter? All right. So now we're going to be able to get the training procs off of this. He's going to be able to block 1. He is going to be able to block 1. We have got to keep this planeswalker down. Okay? We're training. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Now, next turn, I can use this guy's ability to remove 2/1/1 counters and then destroy an artifact or a creature. So I can start destroying his artifacts after this turn, and he's not going to be able to do anything. So every time that we attack, we're going to be able to destroy an artifact, and I'm going to slowly whittle down his board. So next turn, I'll probably destroy the enchantment that is keeping my limousine down. Then I'll use the limousine to banish. You can only banish a creature, but that's okay. Oh shit, that's a fly. Oh, it has reach. I'm blind, man. I'm blind. It has reach. That's fine. We'll have our commander next turn. Actually, we probably won't. He's going to use a -3. If I, because he can activate the abilities twice. He could do a -3, exile my commander, and then he could make 2 soldiers. I don't know why he's not making soldiers though. Either case, we need I guess we destroy the borrowed time. And then we can use our creatures. We can use these trainees or our tokens to banish his reach creature. We cannot let him board wipe though. Crap. So he's about to. Oh, he doesn't have enough. Well, yeah, he does. Damn. Okay. Hopefully, hopefully this thing enters the battlefield. Hopefully this is enter the battlefield effect, and then we can banish. Come on, enter the battlefield, banish a creature. There's not much I can do. Let's take action. So this is gonna go up to 9. I'm gonna go ahead and play another creature. We can't attack because he's gonna destroy. If we attack, we lose 1, and then we'll lose the ability to keep destroying artifacts. If we don't attack, though, he board wipes next turn, probably. Screw it. We're all in. We cannot allow him to board wipe. cannot allow him to board wipe. So next turn, we're going to banish this Lorien Disciple. And we're going to attack. Hopefully he doesn't have removal. We have enough mana for the commander to come back too, so. He's indestructible until end of turn. That's the question. Does he counterspell my commander? Or I give him indestructible? I think we just got to do this and wait for a counterspell. He counterspells it, then we might lose here. It kind of looks like he's going to be able to. Okay. So it's up to 11 now. God damn it. I don't, if here he should have blocked my car with this. Because then he would have gotten his 3/3 back. But he's going to board wipe this next turn, so we lose. Yep. We lose. That's so dumb. We were absolutely demolishing his deck, okay? But his commander turns into the most powerful planeswalker I've ever seen. And there's no way to beat that. Okay? There's just no way to beat it. He was able, it was like turn 2 board wipe, you know? And as far as I've seen, there's not really any board wipes in this format. That's all I've seen so far. But I want to see this disciple, this goblin samurai. I'm gonna grab some lands. So we want this in red. We're gonna want this and this. And then we're gonna want a bunch of lands. Okay. Enters the battlefield, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. Sacrifice it, create a 2 vigilance. Okay. So this is basically a draw card. It's a 4-drop 2/2 samurai. That draws a card. These are 1-drops. That's 1 removal. We need equipments and stuff. Equipments, auroras, sorceries. The only problem here, need an attacking modified creature. Equipment, auroras, and counters are modifications. I mean, we have a couple. We'll see. I don't think we have enough. I also don't think that we have. Oh, one land. Humanite Flying Haze. Did the spell deal? Damn, his commander's better! Sort of. Kind of a waste, but that could potentially become very big. He doesn't have a white for his commander, so we're good for now. But this thing right here is going to be able to prevent damage, so it's going to be able to prevent all of my removal spells. So, like, yeah, that's not good. Okay. Goes up to 4. I'm fine with that. He surrendered due to the sheer fear of my goblin samurai. I think with this deck, it needs more equipments. So I think it needs big monsters and equipments. Or you could potentially go wide with creatures and equipments as well, but I don't think it's going to work the best. Mm. So we got two, so we could get our commander down. We got some removal. I'm all right with it. We got three creatures and a removal. This is a different kind of commander and probably not good for me. Oh, we're about to get our ass beat. We don't have the removal for that. Goro, Goro. 2/3 flyer. That stops us in our tracks right there. So we can pay 2 and we can get this down. So wow. Do we lose now? Like, I think we lose. There's some bull going on here. Too much card draw. We can defend ourselves with the dragon, but that's about it. And we're gonna need a lot of mana, and then we need this sword on the dragon. Put down a 3/3. Flying trample. I think right now we just buy as much time as we can. And then once we get 5 mana, we attack with the dragon, and then we can just replace this dragon with the other dragon. We're lucky this guy doesn't have a bunch of removal, because he could easily remove a lot of our stuff, and we won't be able to do anything. But he's just going to kill us with card draw, and probably counterspell. Like, it's just... I like this Eater of Virtue, though. It seems like bait. He has 1 mana open. We're back in it, boys! The Dragon Lord is here. He's probably still going to kill us with card draw, but other than that, we're on the offensive now. So we got a 3/3 Goblin Artificer. We got a Dragon. So this needs to block here. This one needs to block that. So we take 2 damage. So with this, we can attack for 11, 13, 15. 16, 18, 19 potentially. Then we die next turn probably. So he has one flyer. I think we still die with card draw. That's 2, 4, that's 10, 15, 17, 18, 19. But a flying with trample. We don't have any vigilance. I think we just die with card draw. I guess we probably should have swung with oh, with that spell, we would have been close. We would have been really close. You got a counter spell? Question is, does he have enough cards to make him draw? Did I mess this up? Oh, it says return. Oh, yeah, I messed it up. I thought it said unearth, so I thought I read it wrong. I thought it said that it could bring a card back from the graveyard, so I was just going to destroy it. We were close. We were close. We're going to be able to win potentially. I think this deck could be good though, because all I really need are equipments and my commander for the most part. But the issue there being is that there's not a lot of hex proof or anything that I could do, I don't think, in this game to make him a Voltron commander. But I don't see any Voltron commanders on Magic, so I mean that's. And we got a bit too many of these. But I do like this Dragon Spark reactor. Vaulting Wilds, basically a pot of greed. So I guess we're going to turn to our commander. Okay, I got a game plan now to see if he it's not as bad as I thought. We're gonna destroy this and go on the offensive next turn, so smack him for 4. Discard up to X cards, then they draw a card for each discard card. I don't really want to though. Okay, I didn't realize that's what was gonna happen. That's fine. Let's do this, and then we will do 3 damage target creature. Then we'll go ahead and drop in the Ronin. We'll smack him for 2. This is a really strong card. First strike and reach. In combat, it puts X/1/1 counters on another target creature you control where X is. That's crazy. Like a Voltron commander that would completely destroy. You sacrifice an artifact. I think we concede that one because we messed up. We messed up. I wasn't able to draw my cards, so we wasted a turn. We wasted a turn. So right there, I was going to discard that enchantment, but it didn't let me for some reason. And then I would draw 2 cards, and then I would have been able to board or destroy his commander, put my commander down potentially. 2 damage to target creature planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. I think I'm alright with this. I also like this for a white deck because, I mean, it's pay 2 and potentially draw 2 cards. I think it'd be pretty good. Mm. Well, tax alone, +1/+1 till end of turn. Need an instant or sorcery spell. I think we put the egg down. Now we connect this to this. God. So 3-drop, fly, enchantment creature you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. Target non-aurora enchantment you control becomes a creature in addition to its other types and its base power and toughness each. That is fucking nuts. Alright, so next turn we get a dragon. I guess technically this turn we should have summoned a dragon. I kind of messed up. Yeah. Yeah, I messed up here. So that was 5 mana. I should have just attacked with my commander. I think we're good. Oh, maybe we're not. Hexpush, Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. Like, this is a really strong commander. That is a really strong commander. And it's a 4/4. How am I supposed to beat this deck? Preferably, probably, not, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should have 6 mana. If we swing with the commander, he dies this turn, I think. No blockers. He gangs 4, but next turn we could still have a 2-flyer. Only have 5 mana? What happened? So we could do 3. We could destroy this enchantment. But it's hexproof. Hmm. If he blocks with that, we could destroy it. It's just a pain, man. Like, what am I supposed to do here? So combat, let's just go ahead and swing with everything. So they're not killing my commander, so I could get a dragon next turn. So we can get 2 damage on him, or we can exile the top card and play it this turn. God. This deck kind of sucks. How can their commander just turns one enchantment into such a powerhouse? And next turn, he's going to be able to turn this thing into a 3/3 with Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. Why would you do that, Riot? Or not Riot? Like, I don't understand. That's all I'm saying is I don't understand. 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Here we go, boys. See who gets the biggest beater first. He's going to be able to gain more life than me, but god damn it. Do I lose here? So we got 4. Question is, do we get enough damage in? Is he going to destroy the token, or is he going to commander? He's destroying the sword. Damn it. Yeah, I guess that would do it. We're not strong enough. We're not strong enough. It's not modified, so we can't really do much. It's over. I need more equipments, but I don't know if I want to spend all my like cards on equipments necessarily. I probably don't want to. Let's see if we can do maybe like historic brawl. So this is what I'm talking about. Like you look at this, so like Daxos is okay. His artwork's kind of equal to devotional white. Whenever another creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain 1 life. But that's not like a super powerful ability. This guy is pretty good. So like creatures that you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. You may attach an reward from it. Double strike is pretty good. So as a commander, I'm not opposed to Halvar. He's a 4-drop 4/4, which is pretty good. Two, Sword of the Realms. I think I have this card somewhere. I'm not opposed to using this either. Um, I mean, you're giving your creatures double strikes. As long as you can get a 3/3, I mean, this is a lot of power, and it's enchantment or equipped creatures. I don't know how the equipment effect works. Like, if he's in the command zone, can I pay 2 and just turn him into an equipment? And if the equipment dies, does it just? Because equipped creature gets 2 and has vigilance. I mean, the sword really isn't that great, but it does allow you to return it to your hand and then bring it back out. Which I think this would be a really strong mono white commander if this is how it works. Because that means like turn 1, you could put like a 1-drop or a token down. Turn 2, play him as a sword, equip the sword, and then swing in. And then when the creature dies, you get more value from the creature. But I don't know if you'd be able to turn him back into a god. So I think this guy's pretty good. I would probably play with this dude. Pride of Femir, double strike creatures you control. First strike have double strike. I think that's okay. And then this guy, other creatures can go get +1/+1 till the end of turn. This isn't very good though. But like when you look at a female character, first strike, flying, lifelink, angels you can go get 1/1 and have lifelink. I mean that's a powerful ability. This dude, creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1 for each of those. It's okay, but it isn't that good of an ability to be a commander. And I really like this dude's artwork. It does limit, if you wanted a pillow fort, I guess this would limit them attacking you somewhat, but I don't think it's strong enough. And then you look at this flying and vigilance. Enters the battlefield with additional 1/1 counter on it. The question is, does Halviar, God of Battle, beat Goro? Because Goro, he gets haste, um, he gets haste, and he gets 5/5 dragons. But double strike would beat a drag. The dragons fly though, but double strike seems really good. I completely forgot about this card. A lot of options. This could be an interesting one. Do a dungeon deck. All he has to be is dealt damage. I could play like an instant and then damage myself by 1. So you could get skeletons. I mean, you're getting Runestone Caverns, which basically lets you play 2 cards for free. And then you're getting Mad Wizard's Lair, which draw 3 cards and reveal them, cast 1 without paying its mana cost. So all you'd have to do is make a deck where you could ping this dude for like 1 fairly often. So 1, 2, 3. So you're getting mana ramp. 4, you're getting to scry 3, so you're getting a mix with your deck. And then 5, you get 2 free spells, or you get 2 tokens. 6, you're going to get a scry again, so you're scrying 6, 7 damage to get the draw 3 and get a free spell cast. So not bad. Like if you made a Voltron deck out of this dude, sort of, every combat you get to move into a dungeon, every defense you could move into a dungeon, and then you'd need something to ping your guy for 1 damage, and then you can move into the dungeon some more, and then that gives you, target effects, life gain, scrying, creature tokens, free spell plays. I think this guy's better than we think. So it was Alto Fire Duke. Okay. I'm fairly sure I have a Halviar card somewhere though. I think we're gonna try him. So it's God of Battle. He has a lot of helmets and stuff around him, so I'm guessing he's like the best warrior. I'm fine with him. He's a 4/4 for 4. He's an equipment that recycles creature cards, which would give you a lot of value in white early. I just don't know how his effect works when he turns into a sword. So Halviar God of Battle. So creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. So we want enchantments and equipments. So now we need to go to lands. Go over here real quick. Do that so we can get some scrying. So it's a creature that gives you 2 life or land. So I mean it's versatile. I do this. That's also pretty decent because Roadside Reliquary, like even in my Darien deck, it's a free mana, and then you pay 2 and potentially draw 2 cards. So I like that. So this can give us a potentially a token, which will be okay. Okay. Oh, this is 100 cards. See what suits our general the best. Bring this up to 35. All right. So now we get rid of the lands, and we need to look for equipments and enchantments. So let's see what kind of equipments we can find back here. Yeah, so it's creatures we control, enchanted or equipped, have double strike. So like this, roving keep, really strong. I could potentially end a game with double strike, but it's going to be taking a lot of mana. This guy, double strike trample, could be good. This, I mean, add 1 mana of any color. See, but this right here, Dollhouse of Horrors, I mean, it could bring back, the roving keep or something. This is a 5/5. I don't think it's Iron Golem. This is good. Replicating Ring Snow Artifact. Well, it's a card. So it's a 3-cost snow artifact that adds 1 mana of any color, so that's pretty good. And at the beginning of your upkeep, put a night counter on Replicating Ring. Then if it has 8 or more night counters, remove all of them and create 8 colorless snow artifact tokens named Replicating Ring. So I think that's good. I mean, it's going to give you 8 mana later. I mean, that's a really good card. Let's go to TCG. 15 cents. I mean, that's a mana ramp if I've ever seen it. 8 turns. It's not bad. 8 turns for 8 mana for Darien. I mean, I'm gonna put that in the Darien deck 100%. Don't get me wrong, but $2. We're gonna save this for later. That's a good card though. This is replicating will add 1 mana of any color, tap target creature. I mean, this is potentially winning a game. That's a good card. Has vigilance and trample. So Forebear's Blade. It's good. That's what I hate about making decks that are Voltron though, is like you spend all your, especially in like this online game, you spend all your stuff on the artifacts, and then if it doesn't work, you just wasted your money. Pay 3, draw a card. I like cards like this in my white decks just for the thematic stuff of it, you know? Crashing Drawbridge, and then all of your creatures control gain haste. So I like it. It's a defender. It's fairly cheap. You get haste. Reading Marauder's Axe. Get this. Yeah, stuff like this. I just don't know. It's a 1 cost. You know, +1, +1. So this, we want stuff that has effects. I don't know if, so this right here says creature has flying. So if you have that, and then you have, interesting. You get flying, flying lifelink. See, like this right here, that's just like a game-winning card by itself, you know? Like even in my Darien deck, I would be perfectly fine having this angel in there. Because right now I have things that give me life, but this right here, flying lifelink 4/5, you're going to be gaining at least an angel probably off of this. So I mean, it's a 6-drop. Valkyrie Harbinger. 85-cent card, you know? Flying lifelink at the beginning of each end step. If you gain 4 or more life this turn. See, what's important about this also in Commander, so you look at this and you're saying it's 6 costs. Mono white, kind of expensive. Darian's a 6 cost commander that requires me to take damage, and then if I take damage, I can make tokens. All right. But if you build a Darien deck, what you want, and how I build my Darien deck, is you want cards that are like this. That's basically a replacement for your commander. Like Darien is good on his own, and I have cards in the deck that combo with him, which would be great. But say I don't have a card that would damage me, okay? Then I don't really need Darien on the field unless I'm trying to play a defense or something. But you put a 6-drop Valkyrie Harbinger. It's a flyer lifelink with 4/5. It's stronger than Darien is. It flies over creatures. It gains you life on its own. So it complements Darien in a way to where he can fight and do what he wants, but you don't need him on the field for it. And then on top of that, uh, in my Darien deck, I use equipments and for protection from colors, and then I use blinks that will blink out all of my creatures off the battlefield. But when you look at this, okay, you're getting potentially 4 life per turn, which is pretty good value. And then at the beginning of each end step, if you gained 4 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel creature token. So potentially you're gaining one creature, one angel a turn, which isn't too bad. But if you have like a Soul Sister or something on the field and someone swaps the board with 4 creatures in a turn, then you're going to be gaining a 4/4 angel for that. And then if you have Darien on the field or something and someone hits you, then this combos with Darien and you're going to get a bunch of 4/4 angels. It's kind of like, so there's like a kid that I play with, and he wants me to put Divine Intervention in my Darien deck. So basically, if you make a token, it makes an angel instead. And the thing is that I have cards in the deck that make tokens. So potentially Divine Intervention is a good card, but Divine Intervention by itself is not a good card. And with Darien, I have to have cards that, even though I could put cards in there that would combo and make the deck more powerful overall, with combo pieces, I need very blunt, just basic creatures that are able to handle themselves in combat. And stuff like this would be very good. I also don't mind this one's artwork. Mm, 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 mm. All right. So this is a good card. But I think we need to start looking for. The thing with this is that it's going to. Flying first strike. It puts you in a situation where you can't really. You have to fight other people that have better decks because it's every card. So like stuff like this, double strike with this is gonna get you 4 tokens, so that's like good value. We need to look for the cards that are gonna give us good value with double strike as well. Flying Vigilance. Got a dwarf with lifelink. Got two of them that we could use. It's like stuff like these. So these are creatures that you can use to destroy stuff, and they'd be able to get double strike. This Citizen's Crowbar is actually good because it's going to be a 2/2 that gets double strike, so it'd be 4/4. So we got another one, another equipment. Plate armor is going to be good. I like the idea. So with this deck, like if I built it correctly, like with Javiar or the Red Goblin, right? With Voltron decks, it's good because technically, as long as I build the decks to be kind of similar, I can just sit there and use the same cards in both decks and swap the commander and the land, like the ramp out. Is they'd both be mono white. So if I built the land ramp just like I built my Darien deck with the artifact ramp and all that, I could buy all the ramp. I could buy the lands, and then white would have more land ramp than red, but um, you could use both of those fairly easily. See, I like cards like Outflank, equal to the number of creatures you control. So this is the stuff I'm talking about with white. So right here, you get training, but it's a one drop creature, so it's 1 mana. You can block with it, you can deal damage with it, you can equip stuff to it. That has training, so it's going to be able to get bigger. You can pay through to move 2 counters from among creatures and destroy an artifact or enchantment. So it's destruction, all in one card. So in white, like this is really good, like very versatile. Like in my Darien deck, it wouldn't necessarily be the best card for me, but I have, 2 or 3 methods to get 1/1 counters on, and I could search those out with additional cards, so I could still use this if I wanted to. This one's gonna be good. And stuff like First Strike, I think as well. I think we should start because I don't see First Strike and stuff that often. I think I need to start thinking about this as like board what like removal. Not necessarily like removal, but kind of partially removal. Because this is basically kind of like a shock, you know, a reusable shock. So if they have creatures that, like, you're not going to be able to just outright kill them, but if you have a creature and this has first strike, it's going to win, you know, double strike. Let's give it a go. It's probably not worth it to turn your commander into a sword, but it is something. I think I could basically use this commander similar to the way I use Darien. I'd basically have to build a deck that has very similar cards to Darien, except for, I mean, you're going to get twice the value compared to my Darien deck. Like all of your cards would. All of my token generation cards would get twice value. Damage would get twice value. This is kind of a rough hand, but I think we keep. We get turn 2. We get this dwarf with lifelink. The only thing I don't like about this though is just gets +2 and it returns it to the battlefield, which is good, but it's not like in my Darien deck. I think the Sword of the Realms would be decent because it's giving you basically like a gift of immortality, sort of. So like you put a Knight of the White Orchard down, you get it to die, and then you bring it back next turn. You get value, getting more lands out. But what has happened? It had first strike. That sucks. See, so this like Dragonkin Berserker, first strike, boast abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate for each dragon you control. And then you boast for 5 and create a 5/5 dragon with flying. That works perfectly with the goblin guy. So let me Dragonkin Berserker. Magic the Gathering, and then you need Magic the Gathering, Goblin, Samurai. So okay, so now we do land. Yeah. So I think we're gonna do a Halvar deck, and I want to do the Halvar deck, and I want to do the Goblin deck in real life. I think. It's in a 5/5 dragon. Costs 1 to equip. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we got enough. So it's a lifelink, double strike, vigilance. That's a big boy. Double strike, lifelink, vigilance, golem. Whew. He's gonna have a board removal for that, or he's gonna have a targeted removal at some point for sure. But double strike. Hmm. I think we just keep the land. Oh, we're gonna take a lot of damage next turn. He's also taking a lot. I do think we lose here though. That's 16, 20. It's definitely 20 damage flying at me right there. So we just lose. Next turn. We don't go down without a fight. God darn it. He didn't block it. This is the other card. I gotta get Feldar Retreat. Goro Goro. Need Feldar. Feldar Retreat. He's all got Vigilance and Trample. They all got Vigilance and Trample. You got a 10-8. He gets a 10-8. We just don't have enough equipment. Only got one equipment. That's the problem. Cave of the Frost Dragon. Blade. Are you ready to die? Spore ready, motherfucker. We're definitely about to have a brawl here. Thing is, does he have enough damage? They have double strike and we have double strike. Let's see. He gets 8 2-2s just sitting in the back lines here. He has a 12-9. Flying trample double strike. We only have one double strike, so he wins all of this pretty much. Block the 12. Go ahead and block the 9. And then if there's something that we can do here. Those are 6. They'll kill this lion. Or no, they won't survive the first turn. I think we're good. Alright, so 3 blockers. We should be able to get another 10 health here. Oh, that's damn close. Alright. Double strike. Need some good equipment. All right. Damn.
decks with them. My name is Grazit, and today we'll be looking at the Goblin Dragon Fanatic, Goro Goro, Disciple of Ryusei. Before we continue, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you like this content and would like me to continue making more videos like this in the future. And if you're feeling particularly generous, consider buying me a coffee at the link in the description to keep me caffeinated as I work on more of these builds. Also, be sure to stick around until the end of the video to see what builds we'll be covering in the following weeks. So with that out of the way, let's start by taking a look at the commander and playstyle. Goro Goro is a 2/2 Goblin Samurai that costs 1 and a red with the following abilities. Pay a red, all creatures you control gain haste until the end of the turn. Pay 3 and double red, create a 5/5 Dragon Spirit creature token with flying. Activate only if you control an attacking modified creature. Breaking down his core stats, Goro Goro is sporting a low-to-the-ground CMC, a pretty standard stat block for the cost, and a pair of abilities that allow our creatures to get into combat faster while enabling us to create big evasive bodies if those creatures are modified. Looking at his first ability, it's a pretty straightforward haste enabler, allowing us to cheaply get all our creatures into combat as soon as we summon them. Sadly, this doesn't synergize very well with his second ability, as the tokens he creates will be summoned after attacks are declared, but it does help all our other creatures, especially bigger ones in the later game, to get in for damage faster, and it can still be used by the tokens he creates if we're able to get additional combat steps on the turns that they're summoned, which our color has very easy access to. His second ability, however, is why we're here, as it enables us to get big evasive bodies on the field turn after turn. There are a few hoops that need to be jumped through, as we do need to have an attacking modified creature and 5 mana open to do this. But once the first token is created, we should have no issue modifying it and continue to swing in with it to allow our commander to produce even more tokens off the back of it on the following turns. And it should be noted that this ability isn't limited to once per turn, so if we happen to have an absurd amount of mana open in the later game, we can activate this multiple times to get even more big evasive bodies on the field to crack in with. So based on his abilities, we can see that Goro Goro wants us to swing in with modified creatures ASAP so he can begin creating big evasive dragons as they do so. Which is why this build will be an equipment focused one that aims to get our dragon production online as soon as possible, modifying them, then using them to enable our commander to create even more. Of course, that means we'll need to have lots of means to modify our creatures, ranging from low-cost equipment to quickly make our creatures modified before our commander comes in, or instead using creatures and effects that can modify themselves or others with counters to achieve the same effect. We'll also be running plenty of reconfigure creatures and living weapon equipment to help with these modifications, since they both serve as bodies we can modify early and later turn into mods themselves that we can use to suit up our dragons. Speaking of dragons, while our commander's quite apt at creating them, he won't be the only source of them in this build, as we'll be running a number of other ways to get additional dragon tokens on the field to grow our dragon flight, as well as a handful of payoffs to take advantage of them further as the game. We'll be running a number of other ways to get additional dragon tokens on the field to grow our dragon flight, as well as a handful of payoffs to take advantage of them further.
I'm curious on this because I don't have a red deck to run, and also I'd be able to run this very similar to my Darien deck, except for red doesn't have access to like land search cards. See, but things like this, whenever a dragon enters the battlefield under your control, it deals X damage. Um, I could still use things like Strionic Resignator, similar to my Darien deck, to double these effects, so I could deal twice as much damage every turn for 2. And then this is still a burn card. Spit Flame. I mean, this would be okay as well, because this is a renewable. Hello, store? Take my money? Okay. So we still have Feldar Retreat and a couple of white cards in here. See, but like Replicating Ring. I have a Neheb the Eternal card somewhere. Neheb the Eternal was one of the first commanders I wanted to build around, but it was very difficult to play him. Because he basically, anytime that you deal damage to an enemy, you get that much mana. Uh, I don't know if you'd be able to use it the same as this, though. You'd be able to get extra mana from it, but I don't think you'd be able to use it the same turn unless you have like Dragon Tempest, because this would activate this, then this would come in, deal damage to a player, then you'd activate Neheb, which would give you mana to then recast this. That's interesting. I don't know if that's an infinite combo, right? Because this is all this requires is you to control an attacking modified creature. So if you attack, say you have 5 dragons on the field or 4 dragons, then you pay the 5 mana, you bring a dragon into the field, okay, and then that dragon would then deal X damage to target creature or player where X is number of dragons, which would be 5. You would hit the enemy for 5, then the Heb would turn that 5 damage into 5 mana, which then you could activate this ability again because you're still attacking, and it would just be an infinite combo. I like that.
Further as the game progresses. So let's see if we can get Goro to take a break from his incessant simping over Atsushi to actually lead our warband. I mean, honestly, he's given her nearly a mountain of offerings and still hasn't received even the slightest acknowledgement from the Spirit Dragon, unless of course you count not being eaten by her as he keeps insisting on calling her old name. Or maybe Atsushi likes this goblin more than she lets on, since she did insist we bring him back in one piece when we dragged him away kicking and screaming to lead our army, though she was quick to point out that it wasn't because she liked him or anything. So now that we know a bit more about the commander and playstyle, let's start looking at the deck itself by starting with the creatures. Starting off in the CMC1 slot, we have a pair of reconfigured creatures joining our arsenal with Rabbit Battery and Simian Sling. Rabbit Battery is a 1/1 with haste and reconfigure for a red that gives the equipped creature +1/+1 in haste, providing us with a very cheap body to drop early and modify to enable our commander's token creation, which we can later use to cheaply modify our dragons to enable them to continue proccing our commander instead. Simian Sling is another 1/1, this time with reconfigure 2, that grants the equipped
I probably need to see if there's a precon I can buy, because I bet this came in a precon. Like this card, the Simian Sling is 3 cents. You know?
equipped creature +1/+1 and deals 1 damage to the defending player if it or the equipped creature becomes blocked. Again, giving us a low mana body to drop early that we can use to modify our other creatures with a slight stat boost and additional burn if they get.
The real question is, would there be potentially a spot that I could use Betrayer of Keldor? Because I tried to make a red deck with this being my commander before. But if this deals combat damage to a player, that player creates that many 1/1 red survivor creature tokens. Survivors your opponent control can't block, and they can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. And then when she leaves the battlefield, you gain control over them. I wanted to make a political deck with this. I had a deck that I built with this that used a goad, but every time I used it, I would just get destroyed. Like they would just remove me from the game. Um, but I liked being able to just give my enemies creatures and then make them attack each other, which is really nice. But she's also a chick, so there is that as well. But I'm wanting to put her in a Marchesa deck, so I'm going to make a Queen Marchesa deck, and I want Darien, so if they attack me, I get tokens, and I want Varchild, so if I attack, I make tokens, and then I want to goad people and give them a bunch of things to attack each other, like Monarch and the Jewel and all that stuff. So it's going to make the game go by really quick. And I think that would be really interesting to have a deck like that. But I wanted a black commander that had a similar thing to this. So Marchesa is another deck that I want to make at some point.
Blocked. Then we close out this slot with Dragon Master Outcast, a 1/1 that, on our upkeep, creates a 5/5 flying dragon token if we control 6+ lands, making it an easy-to-achieve manaless way to bolster our draconic forces turn after turn by simply existing. Moving on to the CMC2 slot, the first half brings us another pair of equipment creatures with Lizard Blades and Ogre Head Helm.
Lizard Blade. It's like 33 cents. Ogre Head Helm. 2 cents.
Lizard Blades is a 1/1 with Double Strike and Reconfigure for 2 that grants the equipped creature Double Strike, easily allowing an evasive dragon token to deal a massive 10 damage per swing minimum to really put the pressure on our opponent's life totals. Ogre Head Helm is a 2/2 with Reconfigure for 3, grants the equipped creature +2/+2, and if it or the equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, lets us sack it, discard our hand, and draw 3 cards, providing our creatures with a serviceable stat boost when equipped alongside the means to turn them into card draw if needed. The latter half of this lot then closes out with Runaway Steamkin and Dragonkin Berserker.
See, so hey, no, bad. Don't rip apart trash. Whenever you cast a red spell, if Runaway Steamkin has fewer than 3 1/1 counters on it, put a 1/1 counter on it. So I mean, this is a 2 cost 1/1, and then every time we cast a red spell, it's putting a 1/1, so it can get big, and then we can remove it, so it's mana ramp. And 37 cents.
Runaway Steamkin is a 1/1 that
I like this Dragonkin Berserker. The thing that I like about this is I don't necessarily like the deck having a bunch of dragons. I like it like my Darien deck is, where I have one dragon, because to me that just seems more thematic. But I'm a big fan of red and black colors. But in Magic, red is just a hard color to run, and then red and black, I don't really like the effects that they have very much, to be honest. And there's not that many like red and black commanders that look pretty decent. But stuff like this, the Dragonkin Berserker, I mean, it's red. He has a bunch of red, he has dark colors, and there's a dragon in the picture, so it
It
looks
gets a
pretty good.
+1/+1 counter whenever we cast a red spell, limited to 3, and lets us remove 3 +1/+1 counters on it to produce 3 red.
Now, here's another thing. So, first strike, okay. So, first strike, boast abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate for each dragon you control. And so, this boast ability could technically only be 1 mana. So, if you have 4 dragons, this could be 1 mana to create a 5/5 red dragon creature token with flying. So, potentially, this right here, you could just flood the board with this guy.
Mana, easily allowing it to modify itself as we cast our red spells, enabling it to swing in as a modified 4/4, then allowing us to use the counters on it to generate more mana to summon more dragons, speeding up our deck considerably. Dragonkin Berserker is a 2/2 with first strike that reduces the cost of all boast abilities by 1 for each dragon we control, and has boast for 4 and a red to create a 5/5 flying dragon token, eventually being able to create evasive 5/5s for a single red mana, and his built-in first strike allowing him to more easily survive combat after being modified to trigger his boast. Now entering the CMC3 slot, we start off with a trio of modifying creatures with Tauren Mauler, Krinko 10 Street Kingpin, and Toggo Goblin Weaponsmith. Tauren Mauler
All right, so Tyrion Mauler. It's about 50 cents. And then 10 Street Kingpin, 50 cents. Goblin Weaponsmith. So I don't necessarily like the goblins and stuff. I like more knight. I like the knightly look. Like samurai and knights, I could do. The berserker guy I could do. I don't really like the goblin stuff, but this right here, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Rock. Equipped creature gets pay 1, tap, sacrifice Rock, it deals 2 damage. So, I mean, every land is basically giving you a shock, which I like. So, that's pretty interesting. And it's 17 cents.
is a 2/2.
But I'm not an expert in red. Now, I don't know if like Gauntlet of Power or anything can be considered modified for the deck, but I would move over my mana ramp that I used for Darien to this. So, the replicating ring, you could potentially like remove Soul Ring or something, put replicating ring in there. You have, these creatures that are apparently can give you some benefit, but Gauntlet of Power, uh, Caged Sun, and X-Planar Lens, they double your land mana, and it works very good. But in mono white, you're able to kind of use it over and over again, and it's fairly consistent. So I'm a little split on that because like mono white, you could use they have creature cards that can search out lands where red doesn't. So with mono white, you can I consider those creatures to be sort of like mana rocks. They're my ramp. So I don't run like a lot of artifacts that give me mana. I recently put in Mana Crypt and Mana Vault or Mana Crypt and Soul Ring and Everflowing Chalice. But those creatures. Like I would take Everflowing Chalice out, and I would take a creature um, over that any day. And I also put Strionic Resignator, and I'm gonna put that other engine that's coming out in there. So those I consider mana ramp, but they're also things that double the effects. And I think that's what you want with red and white, because like with Soul Ring, you pay two, you get 2 mana every turn. But with Strionic Resignator, you can put it down for two, and then later you can play a creature like a 2-drop Knight of the White Orchard, which comes in and it brings a land to the battlefield. So you pay 2 for 1, and then you pay 2 for Strionic Resignator. It brings another land onto the battlefield, and so you can ramp up, but you're also pulling lands out of your deck. And when you don't have a lot of card draw, getting all your lands on the deck, I think, is more important for the most part. So you can dump it into something big. And because if all your other cards are important and you're not worried to see any of them, it's good. That's the same thing I'm gonna do if I do the Javier deck. If I use him as a commander, I'm gonna put the same ramp on him, and since creatures get double strike, he's gonna be even more powerful than Darien. So turning him into the sword, I could just use that on something like the Knight of the White Orchard and have it die, and then every turn it's gonna come back. So it'll have vigilance, it'll die, it'll come back, I'll get another land and another land, and then every time I do that, I could Strionic Resignator it and get more lands. It'd be really powerful. But the thing is with the white deck is that I use like Stoneforge Mystic, Stonehewer Giant. I have, the search cards, all that, and those are really expensive.
With Changeling that gets a +1/+1 counter whenever an opponent casts a spell, almost guaranteeing that we have a modified creature to enable our commander on the following turn that we cast it, and quickly becoming a massive threat that we can further modify to make even deadlier. Krenko is a 1/2 that, whenever he attacks, gets a +1/+1 counter and then creates 1/1 goblin tokens equal to his power. Again, giving us an easily modified body to get our commander's ability online, and, if we modify him further, enables him to flood the board with an army of goblins as well. Tago is a 2/2 that, whenever a land ETBs under our control, creates a rock, which is an equipment that equips for 1 and lets us pay 1 and tap the equipped creature to have it deal 2 damage to any target, enabling us to continually get very cheap equipment into play to modify a large number of our creatures, and later using them to deal with creatures, planeswalkers, or just throwing them at our opponent's faces for.
I would also say that Battle Axe that you can get, it gives you like 2/0, and then every turn or every time you attack or something, it doubles. That would give you a bunch of cheap equipments as well.
Additional damage. Then we close out this slot with Burnished Heart, a 2/2 that we can pay 3 and sack to put 2 basic lands from our deck into play tapped, serving as a reliable way to speed up our mana curve to get us to the 5 mana we need to begin creating dragons with our commander.
This is a good card. I'm thinking about taking this out of the Darien deck though, so I could potentially just transfer this over.
Proceeding to the CMC4 slot, we start off with a pair of ramp-focused entrants in the form of Leyline Tyrant and Solemn Simulacrum. Leyline Tyrant is a 4/4 flyer that prevents us from losing red mana in our mana pool as steps and phases end, and, when it dies, lets us spend any amount of red mana to deal that much damage to any target.
This is a good card.
Allowing us to stockpile our mana so it doesn't go to waste if left unused, and, should our opponents remove it before we can pump that mana into our commander, at least allows us to convert it into damage to deal with something on their board or to reduce their life totals as a consolation prize. Solemn Simulacrum is a 2/2 that, when it ETBs, has us search our deck for a basic land and put it into play tapped, and, when it dies, draws us a card. Again, serving as an acceptable ramp source to help speed up our mana base, as well as an expendable creature we can modify to enable our commander that even cantrips when it dies. Thundering Raiju then closes out this slot, a 3/3 with.
Let's see, B. Solemn Simulacrum. My issue with this is that like Solemn Simulacrum's a good card, but in white there are some cards that you can use to bring this back. Or like Burnished Heart, you could bring it back with like Sun Titan. But in red, I don't think there really is. So, um, let me look real quick. So we got to go back to Burnished Heart.
From our deck into play tapped. When it dies, apart from itself, giving us play tapped and
I like this though, because you don't lose unspent red mana as the steps and phases in. This would go good with Neheb as well, because he would get me extra mana, and then I would just keep it with this dragon. And when it dies, you can deal that much damage to any target. So this is potentially a win con where I could just nuke somebody on the board.
when it dies, draws us a card, again serving as an acceptable ramp source to help speed up our mana base, as well as an expendable creature we can modify to enable our commander that even cantrips when it dies. Thundering Raiju then closes out this slot, a 3/3 with haste that, when it attacks, puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature we control and then deals X damage to each opponent, where X is equal to the number of modified creatures we control apart from itself.
Thundering Raiju. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Where X is the number of modified creatures you control other than modern. Hmm. That's 30-cent card.
Giving us a repeatable way to both modify itself and others, and then serving as a payoff for those modified creatures by adding in some additional burn. Continuing on to the CMC5 slot, we have its trio of members with Kami of Celebration, Scourge of Valkis, and Elena Kessig Trapper. Kami of Celebration is a 3/3 that, whenever a modified creature we control attacks, exiles a top card of our deck, letting us play that card until the end of the turn, and lets us put a +1/+1 counter on target creature whenever we cast spells from exile, serving as a manaless source of card advantage as we swing in with our modified creatures that modifies even more creatures as we cast those spells. Scourge of Valkis is a 4/4 flyer that we can pay a red to give +1/+0 until end of turn, and whenever it or another dragon ETBs under our control, it deals X damage to any target, where X is equal to the number of dragons we control, making it a solid payoff for our dragon token production as we create more to get even more damage in as we do so, while also possessing a solid evasive body to get in for damage itself. Elena is a 4/3 with first strike that we can tap to generate red mana equal to the greatest power among creatures we control that ETB'd that turn.
It's pretty good. So Kami of Celebration. It's like 14 cents. Scourge of Valkes. Like $2. It's weird because some of these are saying like 30 cents. It's under $1. This is a 5 for a 4/3, so I mean it's not terrible.
Enabling us to activate our commander twice each turn by generating 5 red mana as the first dragon comes into play for our commander.
See, these are the kind of artworks that I like though. Like if I had one commander into the like one commander that was dragon focused, the solo knight with this big dragon here, and just have your knight commander, and then have like all the artwork where that one knight is like battling these dragons or something, and you make a deck with that, just like thematic flavor.
to immediately use again, doubling his dragon production so long as she sticks around. Nearing the end now, the CMC 6 slot brings us its single entry with Aki Battle Squad, a 6/6 that, once each turn when one or more modified creatures we control attack, untaps all modified creatures we control and gives us an additional combat phase after the attack, easily allowing our modded dragons to swing in twice per round, making it a potent finisher to double up our damage output in the late game.
Aki Battle Squad. So I should have goad mechanics, an extra. This is only 43 cents, but there should be some mechanics that I have still. I want to look at this. Iron Soul Enforcer. I like this card. I just saw this in there. Look at this. Iron Soul Enforcer. Iron Soul Enforcer is a 5-cost artifact creature human samurai. So in my Darien deck, I could potentially use this to, I could get this back, and then when this or commander you control attacks alone, return target artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's pretty good because this basically could recycle my artifacts. But this could also like Burnished Heart and Solemn Simulacrum. I mean, that's a good amount of cards. Equipped creature has 2/2 menace, or equipped creature does. And then stuff like this that I just saw. Equipment that gives goad. Like that's a good creature to have. Make them attack each other. This would work with Varchild very well as also. But it's like $2. It's kind of expensive, but whatever.
Finally, reaching the CMC 7 slot in our last creature entrant, we have Skyline Despot, a 5/5 flyer that makes us the Monarch when it ETBs, and on our upkeep if we're the Monarch, creates a 5/5 flying dragon token.
Yeah, I think I have that one somewhere because I had the Marchesa deck. The dollar and something. The only thing I can say about this Thunderbreaker Regent Jade Sellsword. Whenever a dragon you control becomes a target of spell or ability an opponent controls, Thunderbreak Dragon deals 1 damage to that target, or that player. Hmm. Skyline though, I like this. I have it. I've had it before. But it brings Monarch into the game, which is okay. It gives you a card draw. But I'm seeing a lot of creatures here that are like 6, 7 mana, and I'm not seeing enough mana ramp, so I don't know how you fix that on this. But there is like that goblin that you can get that steals artifacts from people for a turn. I have him in a deck as well somewhere.
Giving us an easily defendable source of card advantage thanks to our dragon production and increasing that production further the longer we hold on to the crown, while also serving as a solid evasive threat in its own right. That covers all our creatures, so let's move on to our instants. Skipping to the CMC2 slot, we start off with some flexible removal spells in the form of a Braid and You Find Some Prisoners, both of which allow us to destroy target artifact, the former alternatively allowing us to deal 3 damage to a creature, while the latter instead lets us exile the top 3 cards of target opponent's deck, letting us choose one to play until the end of the turn and letting us spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it, both providing us with means to deal with troublesome artifacts while giving us the option to hit creatures.
I'd probably do a Braid. I don't really care about stealing the opponent's card. Um, Things like 10 cents.
Or use it as card advantage instead, depending on what the situation calls for. Tybalt's Trickery then closes out this slot, which counters target spell, then has its controller mill 1 to 3 cards randomly before they start exiling cards off the top of their deck, having them continue until they reveal a non-land card with a different name than the countered spell and allowing them to cast it for free, sending all other cards revealed this way to the bottom of their deck in a random order, making it one of the few ways we can protect our board against wipes in our color that, while a bit random, is still better than getting our hard-earned board blown out by a well-timed wipe. Moving on to the CMC3 slot, we have its single entrant with Chaos Warp, which shuffles target permanents back into its owner's deck, then has the owner reveal a top card of their deck, letting them put it into play for free if it's a permanent, providing our build with a flexible removal option that's capable of dealing with a wide variety of permanent-based threats, which makes it well worth running despite its randomness. Finally, reaching the CMC4 slot, we have our last instant with Bolt Bend, which costs 3 less if we control a creature with 4+ power and lets us change the target of target spell or ability that only has a single target, giving us a way to protect our commander or other key pieces from targeted removal while redirecting it to another threat in the process, often for only a single mana. That covers all our instants, so let's move on to our sorceries. Starting off in the CMC1 slot, we have its only entry with Vandal Blast, which destroys target artifact we don't control and has Overload for 4 and a red, which will usually be overloading to destroy all our opponent's artifacts while leaving ours untouched. Continuing on to the CMC2 slot, we have its trio of members with Mizium Mortars, Explosive Entry, and Reckless Impulse. Mizium Mortars lets us deal 4 damage to target creature we don't control and has Overload for 3 and triple red, making it either a single target removal spell or a one-sided board wipe that deals with mid-size.
It's a fairly cheap card.
Creatures, which is a nice amount of flexibility to have. Explosive Entry destroys up to 1 target artifact and puts a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature, still being worth running despite its slow speed by both destroying a common threat type while modifying our creature simultaneously on the cheap. Reckless Impulse has us exile the top 2 cards of our deck and lets us play those cards until the end of our next turn, making it a simple and cheap source of card advantage that can go a long way to ensure we make our land drops or hit cheap equipment to enable our commander in the early game. Finally, reaching the CMC3 slot, we have our last 2 sorceries with Spit Flame and Light Up the Stage. Spit Flame deals 4 damage to target creature and lets us pay a red to return it from our grave back to our hand when a dragon ETBs under our control, providing us with a repeatable source of creature removal we can easily get back as our commander summons more and more dragons onto the battlefield. Light Up the Stage has Spectacle for a red and lets us exile the top 2 cards of our deck, letting us play those cards until the end of our next turn, making it another cheap draw spell.
Yeah. So the other thing though is that red should have access to similar card draw as white as well. So Symmetry Matrix with all these dragons. I mean, it's going to be expensive. We're going to be paying, 5 or something for a dragon, but then we're going to be able to get card advantage off of it, which I think is decent. Um, even things like Mind's Eye we could run. Expensive, but I mean, card draw.
For us to take advantage of that gets even cheaper as our evasive dragons crack in for damage. That covers all our sorceries, so let's move on to our enchantments. Its single entries all the way down in this category, starting off in the CMC2 slot with its single entrant, Dragon Tempest, which gives any flying creature that ETBs under our control haste until the end of the turn, and, whenever a dragon ETBs under our control, deals X damage to any target where X is the number of dragons we control, making it the enchantment version of Scourge of Valkis, which, while it doesn't have a body to swing in with, hits the board much earlier and is harder to deal with from the back row, which is a fine trade-off. At the halfway mark now, the CMC3 slot brings us Furious Rise, which, on our end step, if we control a creature with 4+ power, exile the top card of our deck and lets us play it until we exile another card with Furious Rise.
So that's more card draw. It's more card draw, and it's only a penny.
Giving us some free continual impulse draw thanks to our dragon token production for us to take advantage of. Finally, the CMC4 slot brings us our last enchantment with Outpost Siege, which lets us pick Khans or Dragons as ADTBs. If Khans is chosen, we get to exile a top card of our deck on our upkeep and play it until the end of the turn, while if Dragons is chosen, we deal 1 damage to any target whenever a creature we control leaves the battlefield, which will also
Outpost Siege. Looks like 15 cents. I'm pretty sure I got one of these somewhere too.
almost always be running for its Khans effect in order to get us more free draw each turn to allow us to dig deeper into our deck for more resources. That covers all our enchantments, so let's move on to our artifacts. Starting off in the CMC1 slot, we begin with some low-cost equipment in the form of Explorer Scope and Infiltration Lens, both of which equip for 1, the former letting us look at the top card of our deck when the equipped creature attacks and letting us put that card into play tapped if it's a land, while the latter
Explorer Scope. I kind of like that. It's only like 12 cents.
lets us draw 2 if the equipped creature is blocked, making them both incredibly cheap means
Yeah. If creature becomes blocked by a creature, you draw 2 cards. That's pretty good. I would put that in Darien.
to modify our creatures while occasionally generating us additional ramp or card advantage respectively. Basilisk Collar, Zephyr Boots, and Prying Blade then join us as additional equipment entrants, all of which equip for 2, the first granting the equipped creature Death Touch and Lifelink, the second granting the equipped creature Flying and letting us draw a card then discard a card when it deals combat damage, and the last granting the equipped creature +1/+0 and creating a treasure token whenever it deals combat damage to a player, all of which being a bit slower to equip and modify our creatures than the previous entrants, but still providing solid keywords and effects for our creatures to take advantage of on the cheap. Flayer Husk then joins us as our last piece of equipment in this slot, which we can equip for 2, gives the equipped creature +1/+1, and has Living Weapon, effectively making it a creature that comes into play modified thanks to the Germ token it comes equipped to, which helps enable our commander in the early game, and then we can later use to modify our dragons once the initial body is dealt with. Finally, we close out this slot with Soul Ring, which we can tap for 2 colorless, which of course we're running because it's the best mana rock in our format, the mana boost it provides speeding up our game plan considerably, especially if drawn early. Then more mana rocks join us as we move on to the CMC2 slot, starting off with Arcane Signet, which taps for any color in our commander's color identity, Fire Diamond, which comes into play tapped and taps for a red, Star Compass, which comes into play tapped and taps for any mana a basic land we control would be able to produce, Liquid Metal Torque, which taps for a colorless and we can tap it to make target non-land permanent an artifact until the end of the turn, and Mind Stone, which taps for a colorless and we can pay 1, tap it and sack it to draw a card, all of which help us get to the 5 mana.
See, I would be more opted to use the Mind Stones over these other ones here. But see, like these 3 cards, I'd prefer to use Gauntlet of Power and all. Even though they're expensive cards, doubling all my land mana. So like, yeah, these are turn 2 and they give you an extra mana so you can ramp up here. But Gauntlet of Power is like 5 cost. You put it down and then all of a sudden you got 10 mana. It's going to be kind of on par.
We need as quickly as possible to begin our dragon token creation, while some can provide us with additional utility as a bonus. Moving back to equipment now, we start off with some defensive armaments in the form of Mask of Avacyn, Mirror Shield, and Swiftfoot Boots, all of which grant the equipped creature hexproof, the first equipping for 3 and also grant
I like this Mirror Shield. Destroy a creature with Death Touch.
granting the equipped creature +1/+2, the second equipping for 2, granting the equipped creature +0/+2 and having it destroy any creature with Death Touch that it would block or would block it, and the last equipping for 1 and also granting the equipped creature haste, making them all valuable means to screen our commander against targeted removal, as we'll need to keep him alive for as long as possible to continue fueling our dragon token production. Then moving deeper into our equipment arsenal, we have some ramp options joining us with Dowsing Dagger and a Goldvein Pick.
Being a truck driver was.
I like the card draw equipments that he had in there. Like, I know with Darien, it isn't necessarily going to be the best thing in the world to have those in the deck, but getting blocked and drawing 2 cards could be good, or you get to just swing in for damage. And then whatever the other one was, you got to draw 2 cards. I mean, that's pretty good. It's repeatable card draw for free almost, depending.
Never on my radar. I was gonna be 40. I worked 2 jobs and I was a single mom. I needed to do something different, so I signed up for truck school.
Dowsing Dagger has target opponent create 2/0/2 plant tokens when it ETBs, equips for 2, grants the equipped creature +2/+1, and, when it deals combat damage to a player, transforms into Lost Veil, a land that taps for 3 mana of any one color, ramping us by a massive 3 if we can get an easy attack in when it deals combat damage.
See, like, stuff like this is what I like. So, a multi-effect Dowsing Dagger, you're giving someone tokens, which is kind of political. You're getting 2/1, and then it transforms if it deals combat damage into a land that gives you 3. So like in Darien, I could technically search this out with a lot of options because it's an equipment, and then I get to buff my token. So if you got a 1/1, it turns into a 3/2, which is decent. And then if you manage to hit, then you get 3 land. I mean 3 mana, which to me it's worth the investment. Like the higher, because like a Soul Ring, it'd be the same thing as I get a Soul Ring out. Okay, I can get 2 mana every turn, but this right here, it turns into a land which can't be destroyed by removal, and most people don't run land destruction. So it's also a multi-effect card too. Like if I don't want to transform it, I don't have to. This is a more expensive card though. It's like $4.
to a player transforms into Lost Vale, a land that taps for 3 mana of any one color, ramping us by a massive 3 if we can get an easy attack in early with one of our smaller creatures to help us grow our mana base significantly. Goldvein Pick equips for 1, grants the equipped creature +1/+1, and creates a treasure token whenever it deals combat damage to a player.
I'm pretty sure I got this pick somewhere. The thing, I've used this, or maybe it's because I used it in Arena, but I never really had much benefit with this pick. Anytime I've ever used this pick, I've never been able to get an attack in. But this deck specifically has big creatures, so they would be able to get some sort of value off of this, I'm sure. So that's something.
Like Prying Blade before it, giving us another source of ramp that we can use to modify our creatures to enable our commander and other payoffs. A pair of card advantage generating pieces of equipment then join us next with Mask of Memory and Rogue's Gloves, both of which let us draw cards when the equipped.
Yeah, Mask of Memory. So whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw 2 cards and discard a card. See, like this, I like these. See, but in Darien, this is the issue that I have with Darien is I have creatures that are really strong that I wouldn't mind attacking with and getting this extra card draw off. But if you ever stall out or someone board wipes you or something, you're not going to be able to get your card draw. That's why I'm iffy on it because Mask of Memory and this like those are good cards. And I could use them in Darien for sure because like you put down Knight of the White Orchard, then you put this down, equip it, and then you deal damage, and you draw 2 cards and then discard 1. I discard a land, bring the land back later, or I discard, you know, a creature that isn't too super important. It's pretty good, but I'm not getting any benefit like damage wise. And then normally it only takes like 1 creature, and then the opponent, kind of like in Darien. When I look at this card, I'm thinking, early game it might be pretty nice. Okay, early game you get this, it's going to help you out a lot. Mid to late game, if you don't have a way to attack, it's dead in the water. There's nothing I can do with this. Whereas like the swords that I have in Darien, they give him protection, which allows me to swing in for damage. It protects him from removal. It gives me effect to like resurrect things from my graveyard or something. So in that case, I would prefer to have something like Mind's Eye, even though it's more mana intensive, where I can get 4 or 5 cards without having to worry about it to attacking. But since our deck, this Goblin deck, is kind of looking. Since it's kind of looking to attack, I think it's probably fine. This is like another 9-cent card. Yeah, think like right now, I mean, we're almost through this video. We're getting pretty close to the end. So just this is a starting deck for that commander. Probably wouldn't be too bad, you know. You're spending 30, 40 bucks. You're making a deck that's going to be, playable fairly often early. And I still have Neheb and stuff. And then later on, I can go and get the Gauntlets of Power, all of that, stick it in there. Gauntlets, like the Gauntlet of Power and all that in this deck would probably make it really, really strong. Um, because you got potentially 3 Anthem effects that are doubling your mana there. Neheb potentially doubling your mana there. And then on top of this, if I get Strionic Resignator and the other engine card they just stuck in, the other engine card they just stuck in, I believe, only copies. It can copy activated, triggered, all of that. Paradox engine and stuff. I don't. If it copies a mana ability, we could potentially copy our commander's effect, which would be really strong. But when I look at things like Stronic Resignator compared to, I guess it depends because there's a lot of mana abilities that we've seen on the dragons and stuff so far. But Strionic Resignator and the other one, they can copy these artifact effects. So like Mask of Memory, you stick it on a goblin. So say like you're playing red, you put a mana down, you pay 2 mana, drop your commander, pay 2 mana, Mask of Memory, pay 2 mana, Strionic Resignator, right? And then like next turn, you equip Mask of Memory, you attack with your commander. All right, so then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you draw 2 cards and you can discard one, or you can draw 1 card here. But this right here, Mask of Memory, you could tap 2, Strionic Resignator, draw 4 cards, discard 2 cards, and do that every turn. Like it amplifies that effect, you know? Although it wouldn't necessarily help with any of these other cards, it would help probably with the other cards that make dragons or have some sort of effect that deals damage when dragons enter the battlefield, like enter the battlefield effects. So I'm a little split on it, but it does make equipments better. That's why I like it in white.
Creature deals combat damage to a player, the former equipping for 1 and letting us draw 2 and discard 1, while the latter equips for 2 and draws 1 instead. Again, providing us with cheap sources of modification that will generate us a steady stream of card advantage as we use them to modify our evasive dragon tokens. Then we close out this lot with 3 more pieces of equipment, those being Batterbone, Illusionist's Bracers, and Ring of Valkus.
I have Illusionist Bracers setting around somewhere. So whenever an ability of an equipped creature is activated and it isn't a mana ability, I'm I'm iffy on this because Illusionist Bracers on Darien isn't a mana ability. So I think this would work on Darien. I used the Illusionist Bracers in some deck, I don't remember. Things like $6. I mean, if that works on Darien though, that would be good because whenever an ability of equipped creature is activated, I probably wouldn't use it in Darien because you have to have it equipped and then have an ability go off. So it would work like on Sun Titan potentially. Um, it would work on Sun Titan. It would work on my abilities for all of my creatures that attack. It would work for, I mean, it would work on a lot of my cards. So I can't necessarily say that it's bad. And it would work on Darien, I believe, if I'm recalling this right. Um, so potentially that would be good. but it wouldn't work on anything that's. I wouldn't take it over like a Strionic Resignator necessarily because it wouldn't work with my cards that go into the battlefield and like bring lands out. 1/1 Vigilance and Lifelink. Ring of Valkus. It's kind of slow, but it's a 2-drop you could get early and make your creature really big. Says it costs 11 cents, and I look over here and it's saying like $11. Nah, going
Their
11
bone
cents.
equips for 5, grants the equipped creature +1/+1, vigilance and lifelink, as well as having a living weapon, giving us another body that comes into play modified, and later giving our evasive dragon tokens a potent pair of keywords to take advantage of. Illusionist's Bracers equips for 3 and copies any non-mana abilities of the equipped creature whenever we activate them, doubling up our commander's token creation for free every time we activate it to really speed up our game plan. Ring of Valkus equips for 1, grants the equipped creature haste, and, on our upkeep, weapon, giving us another body that comes into play modified, and later giving our evasive dragon.
This is what's confusing me. He says this works for his commander, but I thought the commander was a mana ability because you're paying mana. Wow. Okay. So it's on things that don't produce more mana. So I can use this in Darien. It'd be really good. So I'm gonna have to get a couple more of these. I gotta find my card that's using this. I don't remember what deck I was using this in, but someone said it didn't work the way I thought it did. Um, but no. So that basically it makes Darien twice as strong. His effect. Pretty much any of the decks that I use, this would make it twice as strong. So even like Marchesa or Betrayer of Keldor, I could attack and then double the effect. See, I like that. So like Strionic Resignator and the other card coming out and Illusionist Bracers. If you have all 3 of those and you attacked with Betrayer of Keldor, like a red deck with her, and you hit, then all of a sudden, say she hits for like 10 damage, you could copy that 3 times, give somebody 40 creature tokens for 10 damage trade-off. That's pretty good.
Tokens a potent pair of keywords to take advantage of. Illusionist's Bracers equips for 3 and copies any non-mana abilities of the equipped creature whenever we activate them, doubling up our commander's token creation.
Oh, maybe it's because it says activated. Okay, so maybe we do have to pay. If we have to pay mana to activate it, I guess because we can't activate them, it's not a triggered ability, it's an activated ability. Activated ability. Yeah, so it's not gonna work. Alright. Alright. That's why. I know I have one of those somewhere though. I'm just gonna remove both of those. I know I have one laying somewhere. That's gonna save me like $12. So.
For free every time we activate it to really speed up our game plan. Ring of Valkus equips for 1, grants the equipped creature haste, and on our upkeep also gives that creature a +1/+1 counter if it's red, making it an easy means to permanently modify our creatures over time as we pass it from creature to creature each turn. Entering the CMC3 slot and our last slot for artifacts, we start off with Dragon's Horde, which taps for any color and, whenever a dragon ETBs under our control, gets a gold counter, which alternatively lets us tap it and remove a gold counter from it to draw a card.
That's pretty good. So this is card draw. But it requires a dragon, so I couldn't use this in Darien, but that's pretty good. Wow. There's a dragon that you can pay 4 mana to destroy an artifact, and then the dragon gains damage equal to that mana, the value of that. So you put Illusionist Bracers on that, pay 4, destroy 2 artifacts, put all that on that one dragon. That's pretty good. I mean, this card is, you know, couple cents, not too bad. Horde Smelter Dragon. It's a 6-drop, and then you pay 4, destroy target artifact, and then it gains the power. I mean, 6 for 5/5, not necessarily bad. It destroys artifacts. It's repeatable. It's a dragon.
Making it a serviceable mana rock and later becoming a source of repeatable draw for us as we create more and more dragon tokens. Returning to equipment as we move deeper into this slot, we have Nettle Cyst and Bearded Axe, both of which equip for 2, the former granting the equipped creature +1/+1 for each artifact and or enchantment we control, as well as having a living weapon, while the latter instead grants +1/+1 for each dwarf, equipment, and or vehicle we control, making them both excellent payoffs for our equipment-heavy build to allow our evasive tokens to hit even harder. Loxodon Warhammer.
See, Battleforged Battle Axe is the one that I have it in a deck that turns tokens into like other creatures, but equipped creature gets 2/0 whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player. Create a token that's a copy of Battleforged Battle Axe, and so like you can just increase your power by 2 every turn, or you can put that on multiple creatures. That's pretty good.
Hammer and Stratascythe then get added to our equipment arsenal as well.
See, but there's equipments that you can put. So like I have some Pinlay Blade and Stoneforge Masterwork that nobody uses in any deck that I've ever seen, and I've tried to use it in the past as well. I had it originally for token decks, but you stick that on a creature, and then for each creature you control, it gets +1/+1. So like with those two, like Pinlay Blade and Masterwork, the Stoneforge Masterwork, that's +2/+2 for every creature you control. And that's pretty insane, you know? And then equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each land on the battlefield, the same name of it. That could be massive. So like that Scythe, I mean, that's crazy, you know? But I would probably just use the Masterwork and the Penlay Blade. But I like cards like that. That's what I'm kind of upset about when I play Magic, is because I really want to build a deck that has powerful effects, or powerful, like, the thing is that, like, cards that you put in the decks, they can be really strong cards, but some they just get outshined by other things. Like Silverwing Squadron being able to, it passively gets power based on how many creatures I have, and it makes tokens every turn. So, would I prefer to grab that card, or would I prefer to have Stoneforge Masterwork, which is like a nice armor that I could wear, right? It's kind of hard for me to justify using anything but Silverwing Squadron, because it's a card by itself that's able to do things. But if you made a deck that had enough creature token generation or something, then you could load it with equipments and it would be really good. Because basically that Stoneforge Masterwork would become a massive creature that someone would have to remove, and then it becomes immune to board wipes because it's an equipment, you know. But I want to make a knight deck really bad, like a soldier knight deck, and Darien is the closest I've gotten so far. But even him, I'm using. I want to make an equipment deck that has knights and stuff in it. Um, but looks good, you know? Like all the equipments that look really nice require like tokens or something to kind of work with them, or like all the equipments that are um like armor or whatever, all they do is give you like defense stats, but they look really cool, you know? Like I want to make a deck that's just full of kind of crappy equipments. It's kind of like Commander's Plate. I have that in the Darien deck, and it's really nice. And it protects Darien from anything but white, so I really like that. But all of my equipments in that deck basically give you protection, you know. And then with Halvar, like I could build a deck on that, but he doesn't like look decent. He's okay, but he's not like a knightly dude. Let's see if he has any different artwork. So his artwork right here, I would potentially use this. Um, so it looks pretty decent. This looks okay. See, knights, kind of knightish look. I would use this card. I have his other version, but I might just buy this card for the artwork, even though it's $5. That's a 4-drop commander. I mean, he can be a sword or he can be a warrior. I really like him. Um, Compared to a lot of other white commanders that can use equipments, I really like this guy because creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. So it's just if I put him down and then I put an equipment, any equipment on him, he's an 8/8. He can end a game by himself. Like if I took my Darien deck and stuck it on this guy, all I would have to do is search out one card um, to be able to swing him in. So like turn 4, put him down, equip like Commander's Plate on him, just swing into my enemies. Commander's Plate, I think, does it? I think it gives you 3/3. Commander Plate. Yeah. Yeah. So 3/3 and has protection from each color that's not in your color, commander's color identity. and then you put that on Halviar, which is a 4/4. He becomes a 7/7 with double strike. So nothing is going to be able to beat him in a fight unless it's like a 14/14 or something else that has first strike or double strike. And then he's going to have protection from all colors. He's going to have double strike. And you can attach an aurora or equipment attached to a creature you control to target creature you control every turn. So you can use auroras, enchantments, and everything else on him. And I think like Gift of Immortality, you stick it on him, he dies, he comes back next turn, Gift of Immortality comes straight back. So I mean, there's a lot of Gift of Immortality plus his sword effect would already be really good because you put Gift of Immortality. I gotta read his sword effect again. I think it returns it to your hand. Yeah, if you have the sword on one of the creatures and it dies, it comes back to your hand. Gift of Immortality, if it dies, it'll come back. So then you build the deck just like Darien, but then you have this Halviar God of Battle right in the middle of it. The problem with this is that Javier is going to have. If I build it like Darien, it might be kind of difficult. I mean, technically, I could just make it a Voltron deck. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. I could make him a Voltron commander and then just run at people with stuff. Like one equipment on that dude is going to be so like uh there's a commander it's forced to attack every turn. My uncle used it. It's an ogre that's really strong, but he's like forced to attack every turn and he gives everyone control of him every turn. I could potentially do something that with Halviar, but people might not decide to attack with him. Um, but yeah, I think any equipment, like if I get any of the swords to Halviar, give him protection from stuff, that's a potentially really strong commander. Like even one sword, he turns into a 6/6, and then he gets double strike. That's 12 damage. That's 2 attacks from him, and you die, like you lose the game. So but if we go in like Car Kingdom and we look at Commander's Plate, $20. You know? So if I was going to use Javier, I would have to like basically be able to swap my Darien deck over. I'd basically need to swap him out as a commander in the Darien deck. And I could honestly probably do that for the most part, but with Javier, I'd prefer to have more equipments than what I do in Darien. But dude, God of Battle. He could most definitely be a God of Battle. Probably one of the strongest commanders I could think of. That's a guy. Let me see real quick. Halvar, God of Battle, EDH. Yeah. I'm surprised I didn't think about building this guy in the past. It's probably because of his artwork. I like this other artwork here. It has that dark vibe to it. It's kind of reminds me of Darien, but I like it. I do like it. All he needs is protection, and you're steamrolling, kids. This has to be the strongest.
What's up, my bro? Tundrum here, back with another video. and today I'm going to be showing you my Halva God of Battle EDH deck tech. Now, the Kaldheim spoilers have started rolling in, and almost right off the bat, we've been given one of the main characters from the set, Halva God of Battle. Now, this card, I reckon he's probably the most powerful mono-white commander for an aura or equipment-based deck ever printed. He is exceptionally strong, having two sides to him, the top half being very versatile, and the bottom half being a decent equipment that can also be a combo engine. This deck isn't based around infinite combos with Halva, it's just based around playing him, equipping him up big, and smashing your enemy's face. He is so strong with equipment, and often I've had turn 4 or 5 kills with him, hitting them for lethal commander damage. So, without further ado, let's get into the list by looking at the commander. Halva, God of Battle. He's a 4-mana 4/4 legendary creature god, and it says creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. Now this is a huge upside, automatically gives all your equipped and enchanted creatures double strike, is insanely strong. Normally with enchantment or equipment decks you have to go out of your way to play an enchantment to give the creature double strike, but this effect being automatic is extremely strong, and it says at the beginning of your combat you may attach target aura or equipment you control that's already attached to a creature you control to another creature you control. And he's a 4/4. So he's really solid on his own. Then you can also flip him and play him as a 2-mana equipment, which for an equip cost of 2, it says equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance, and when it dies, return it to the battlefield. So this is a really nice protection piece. As long as it's equipped to a creature, the creature can, well, never die. Well, not never die, it will resurrect when it dies, and then you can re-equip. Exceptionally good protection piece. So, what we normally do with him, we have 2 game plans. 1, drop Halva as early as possible, equip him up with tons of big equipment, and just smash face with him, because he gives himself double strike. Even with just 1 equipment on his own, he's already hitting for probably 10 plus damage, which is exceptionally strong. Or another game plan is play an aura-based creature that gives you tons of bonuses for putting auras on it, and then repetitively equip the sword to it, so it's exceptionally hard to remove, and smash face that way. Halva is probably a better way to finish them off, just because we only need to hit them.
I need to figure out how his effect works, because surely you can only, like, right at the bottom here, it says, like, pay 2 equipment, pay 4 God, so I don't know if he can manually turn back and forth, because if he can, then that means technically you could probably Helm of the Host it and copy him, and then turn him into the equipment, equip the equipment to himself, because I think, like, even if you turned him into a token and then turn that into the equipment would be legendary, so you could only have 1. But then you could just take this and stick it on him, and he would have vigilance and double strike, and he'd be a 6/4. And when he died, you could just put him back into your hand and replay him again the next turn. And then the equipment here would still be there, and then Helm of the Host would still be there, you know?
For 21 damage, but overall I think he's insane, and he's going to make mono white so strong with equipment. So this video is split into 3 sections. Section 1, equipment and auras, which is just the equipment and auras in the deck. Section 2, interaction and protection, which is things that can interact with our opponents, stop them from going off, and protect our creatures, which is really important in this deck. We want to make sure we protect them at all times, so we can just stack up the equipment and auras. And then section 3, which is utility and ramp. In section 3, I've also thrown in all the creatures, because we only have about 10 or so creatures, but they are important to run a few to equip in case Halva gets dealt with. And it is really nice to play a creature early on, give them an enchantment, drop Halva, give Halva that enchantment, or equipment, next turn equip Halva with something and give him an enchantment or hold up a protection, swing him for 20 damage. But enough about that. Let's get into section 1, equipment and auras. First up in this section we have O Naginata. Really solid artifact equipment that gives something 3/0 and trample. Almost everything going to be equipping already has 3 or more power, and it only has an equip cost of 2. Really nice equipment. Hero's Blade, essentially a 2 mana artifact equipment that automatically equips to Halvar and gives him a free 2 buff when we play him, which is really nice. So we can drop him on turn 4. He already becomes a 7/6 double strike, and then next turn we can potentially just kill someone right there and then.
Potentially also, so like right here, he has Hammer of Nazan. Attach it to equipment to target creature control, has +2 and indestructible. My thing is like, I would be tempted just to use like Bastion's Protector, Battlefield Medic, stuff that I never like. They're commander focused cards that only focus. There's a horse that gives your commander like +1/+1 every turn. I would just make him a commander focused deck that had extra creatures in it that supported him, and then I could put whatever equipments that I wanted on top of that. I would like to use like Masterworks, armor and stuff like that, but you wouldn't really have that many tokens potentially, on the field unless you had some sort of token generation. But like there's like Hero of Bladehold. I have a few of those cards and I've never used them. You know, Battle Cry, whenever this creature attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0. Whenever Hero Bladehold attacks, put 2/1/1 White Soldier creature tokens on the battlefield tapped and attacking. So potentially you could have support cards and then things like Hero of Bladehold, where if your commander died, you could potentially bring them back as a sword, equip the things onto the other commander or the other knights, and then use the knights to win the game. I think that would be good. Bladehold makes tokens and stuff, but there's like, so like if you ran protection spells, because I have knights and stuff that I haven't used in other decks because of this as well. Because I wanted to make a deck that was based on protection. So there's knight cards that have protection versus like red and green or black and white and stuff like that too, or like red and black, you know. And so if you have a knight card that could just grab these equipments and swing in and finish off people, that would be a very aggressive knight deck, I think. And I think that, like, thinking on it, that's kind of how I think this should work. So like you bring in the God of Battle, okay? And then you search out a sword that protects versus the color of your enemy, stick it on your God of Battle, and then you swing in for a massive damage, potentially kill them there. And then even if they remove the sword or something, you would have the potential of putting a knight on the field that is immune to the same colors, because anytime that they're immune, it's basically giving them protection from that spell, from that color, from removal, but also giving them, uh, God, this is I need to, gotta write this down. Pen, pen, paper, pen and paper. Oh God. Mm. Pen and paper, my guys. So, Halvar, God of Battle, Protection, Voltron, Knights. I might ask Jonathan if he'll let me just print cards off without buying them. If that's the case, because I own the cards already, I would love just to be able to print them off and use them. Because all the swords and stuff that I already bought, they're like hundreds of dollars, and I have them for Darien. I don't want to buy them again. I didn't even use all the swords on Darien either. But I like the thought of the deck here because I could still run like Sun Titan and then say like my commander died a couple times, I turned him into a sword, and then I just let him go to the graveyard, and then I resurrect the sword with like Sun Titan or something.
Whisper Silk Cloak, really important. It gives the creature unblockable and Shroud. So at this point, we already have our big commander. We then equip this to it, and it will kill each of our enemies off in 1 or 2 turns, and it's nearly impossible for them to deal with. Really, really nice equipment. Hammer of Nazan auto equips and can give our creature 2-0 and indestructible. That's an additional 4 damage, and indestructibles is very important to protect our commander. Mammoth Umbra. Now this is one of the weaker enchantments in the deck, but it is still solid. It gives our commander free and trample, which is a massive buff. That's 6 more damage, but then it also has totem armor, so if they try to remove our commander, all it removes is the Mammoth Umbra instead. And then we have Sword of the Animist. Giving our commander 1/1 is actually quite a big buff, 2 extra commander damage every turn, and it searches us for a basic land whenever they attack, which will be pretty much every turn. And this isn't always a commander, we sometimes just play this on a smaller mana dork creature, and can get us a lot of extra lands. Coming up next, we're running Short Sword. Now this doesn't look like a good equipment, but what we often do with this is we drop it early on, we play our commander, and then we equip this to it for a 1 equipment cost, and then this, if we don't have anything else to equip, this alone turns them into a 5/5 double strike, which still virtually 2 hits our opponents, which is still exceptionally strong, and for a total cost of 2 mana, that is still worth the investment. Mask of Memory, 2 mana artifact equipment with an equip cost of 1, and it says when an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you get to draw 2 cards, then discard a card.
See, that's strong because double strike right here, you're going to get 4 cards. And then with Strionic Resignator or something, you could get 6. This is already potentially the strongest commander I've seen now that I think about it. Because you could get a total of 8 cards with both of those. Strionic Resignator and that engine card. You could get 8 of those easy. Which is kind of nuts.
We're going to make Halvar very evasive.
The thing that I'm like, he has a bunch of things that give indestructible, which I understand having indestructible for the commander, but I don't think you need that much indestructible in this deck. Like, he already has double strike. Most people can't even deal with that. Indestructible is going to make them immune to board wipes and destruction removal, but people should be using exile removal anyway. So at that point, you just need to give them protection. And I think that would be the biggest deal, is just to give him protection. But I like this commander because if I played him exactly like Darien, theoretically, even if I didn't put the night creatures in there, I could just put like spells, any sort of spell that could end the game, swarm the board with tokens. So say like I didn't have any other creature but the commander, I drop and I find the all of the, I have like a couple of cards that search equipments out. I get the equipments out on the field. I get my commander on the field. I stick them on there. I swing in for like lethal damage. They somehow block it or survive the damage, and then I'm able to say go back, grab a spell, spend like 10 mana or whatever, swarm the board with a bunch of tokens and finish them off.
As you'll soon see soon. So this often will draw us drawing 2, discarding a card is pretty close to drawing 2 cards every turn, which is really nice. And also, I forgot to mention this, he has double strike, so this triggers twice, so we will be drawing 4 cards and discarding 2, which is ridiculously powerful. Umezawa's Jite. Now this might not seem too good on its own, but when it deals damage to a player, we are hitting them twice, so that is 4 counters on GT. Then, next turn, we remove 4 counters. And we can also use the other utility, gain life or destroy creatures. But then we remove 4 counters and give him an 8/8 buff. This on its own will instantly kill an opponent. And Umezawa's GT, one buff on it, will already automatically instantly kill an opponent. And this
Problem is finding these cards. I have them laying around, but I have no idea where they're at. I think somebody took some of them too, because I was looking before and I couldn't find some of the cards. See, like Spectral Ward, enchanted creature gets 2/2 and has protection from all colors. That's crazy.
this is just incredible. GT is exceptionally strong, especially in this deck.
That card's $1.
Valadar Armor. This is really nice. Gives our commander lifelink, which can gain us tons of life, the amount of damage he's going to be doing. And it also has Totem Armor, which is really important. Makes it really hard for our commander to be removed. Next up, we have Spectra Ward. This card is very strong if we drop it on the commander. Play commander, play this on turn 5. And it gives him 2/2, which is a nice buff. But then he says he has protection from all colours. And this effect doesn't remove auras, and all our equipments are colourless anyway. So this makes our commander essentially unblockable and impossible to target with removal. If we drop this on a commander on turn 5, our opponents are going to be destroyed within a few turns. It does mean we ourselves can't play enchantments onto it, but we can still equip him, which is really solid. This card is a bomb if we can resolve it on a commander. And then finally here, we have Indestructibility. 4 mana, Enchanted Permanent, and Enchanted Permanent is indestructible. This can be nice. Indestructible things are really hard to deal with, and protecting an important creature, permanent, or a commander, or an equipment, or an enchantment we really don't want dead, because a commander might already be really hard to kill. This is a great way to do that. Next up, we've got Loxodon Warhammer. Really solid equipment, gives our guy 3/0 and lifelink and trample. This turns our commander into a 7/4 lifelink trample double strike. That is exceptionally powerful on its own. Our commander is just so strong. Just one equipment like this just turns him into a beast. Really solid. Darksteel Plate, for equip cost of 2 and free to cast, it enchants anything we equip it to is indestructible. Makes it really hard to deal with whatever we're trying to protect. Both Sword of Feast and Famine and Sword of Light and Shadow are really nice includes. They are quite pricey, but they give a commander protection from 2 colours, a big buff, and whenever they hit an opponent, we get the trigger twice. So if we can hit our opponent with one of these, it is such a game-changing effect. We then have All That Glitters. This is really nice, gives our commander a huge buff. It'll normally be a 2/2 or a 3/3 buff this will be giving them, if not more. And that's for, even just this and one other enchantment or aura is really good. But normally that's a 4, 5, 6, or even 7 buff to the damage it's dealing. If not more, if we have some mana rocks we played early on. Really solid. And then we have Faith Unbroken. Faith Unbroken is a 4-mana enchantment. It gives the creature 2/2, so once again, nice buff, 4 extra damage we're getting in. And it says when Faith Unbroken enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls till Faith Unbroken leaves the battlefield. This is really solid because we're going to make it so hard to kill a commander with all the protection and indestructible, etc. So if we play this, it's essentially giving a commander a massive buff and exiling something. Really nice card. Next up we have Sword of War and Peace. Same reason why we're running the other swords, exceptionally powerful. Next up, so if we play this, it's essentially giving a commander a massive buff and exiling something. Really nice card. Next up we have Sword of War and Peace. Same reason why we're running the other swords, exceptionally powerful. Quicksilver Spike, really nice, gives a guy Death Touch, and whenever it deals damage to a player, that player loses half their life, rounded up. So we go in with this, manage to hit one of our opponents, Helva hits them for, let's say, 6 damage, then they lose half their life. Let's speculate they're on 40 life. So they get hit for 6 damage by Helva, they then lose half their life, they then lose 17 life, then let's say then they will get hit by Helva again, so then they go down to 11 life, and then they'll lose another 6. So this almost instantly kills an opponent if we hit them with Helva. It'll deal like 35 damage plus. Even if Helva has no other equipments, it still does like 30 damage. Exceptionally strong card. Swiftfoot Boots. 2-mana equipment, gives the equipped creature hexproof and haste. Really nice to equip to a commander, makes it hard to remove, and lets it swing in straight away.
Look at this, unquestioned authority, protection from creatures. That's strong. And I like the artwork. The artwork's good. And this right here, enchanted creature indestructible. So shielded by faith. I mean, that's pretty good. I like the artwork. Looks nice. I don't necessarily care about like Hyena Umbra and stuff like this. That stuff doesn't interest me, but things like this, you can put indestructible on different creatures. It's an Aurora. You're going to give it double strike, indestructible with your commander. Like any creature, even like the other knights. So like you get one knight on the field that has protection versus like red. Stick this on there. It gets double strike and then indestructible on top of that. That's pretty good. And then what if they blow up the enchantment? You still got the creature.
By Faith, gives our commander or whatever we want to enchant indestructible. Really nice. Unquestioned Authority, exceptionally strong. 3-mana enchantment, draws us a card, and it gives enchanted creature protection from creatures. So we play this on Helva. He's unblockable, and no creatures can target him with their effects or abilities, so he's even harder to deal with. Really nice. And Hyena Umbra, exceptionally strong, gives the creature 1/1 and first strike, which is for 1 mana enchantment. That's already not too bad. And it has Totem Armor, essentially giving our commander an extra life. Ridiculously strong card. Amazing to play onto our commander. Next up we've got Holy Mantle. 4 mana enchantment, gives the creature 2/2 and protection from creatures.
Look at that. Protection from creatures and 2/2. So we could make a protection deck with this guy, for sure. And I think that's what we need to do. Look at this, protection from creatures again. There's no way that you don't win with this deck. This is super OP. Four, 4, and flying. This on him turns him into an 8/8. It's 16 damage with flying.
Once again, protection from creatures is really good, and this one gives it a 2/2 buff as well. Sword of Truth and Justice. We're running it for the same reason why we're running the other swords. Ridiculously strong. Infiltration Lens. Draws us 2 cards whenever the creature deals damage to a player. Or becomes blocked, sorry. I thought they did. Whenever the creature becomes blocked, we get to draw 2 cards.
See, I don't really know about this one because if you give them a bunch of protection, no one's going to be able to block them anyway. But I mean, you could put another creature, I guess, with it. But
This is still pretty good, as if they're not blocking our commander, we're annihilating them. We then have Angelic Destiny, gives our equipped enchanted creature 4/4 flying first strike and turns it into an angel. This will make a commander deal 16 damage a hit and have flying. And it has, when enchanted creature dies, you get Angelic Destiny back to your hand. Really nice bomb. Spirit Mantle, 2 mana enchantment, gives the enchanted creature 1/1 and protection from creatures. For 2 mana, so powerful. Protection from creatures is really solid. And then we have Lightning Greaves, essential in equipment, really nice. To play this, then drop Helva, give him Shroud, so he's so hard to deal with, and lets him haste in for 8 damage straight away. Really nice. Now we're on to Section 2, Interaction and Protection. So, first up in this section, we've got Sajiro's Shelter.
you're already looking at interaction and protection, but he already had a bunch of protection for his thing in the first one. Stuff like this, I don't think it's necessary. You're gaining if you have the swords and then you have Mother of Ruins, Giver of Ruins and stuff. I would say things like this you get rid of for like Stoneforge Mystic. Search out your equipments, get them on the field. Things like this, I just put Sun Titan in so you can recycle your equipments and stuff.
Really nice protection card, can protect our mostly creature. Normally colorless, a creature protection, and it lets us scry one, which can actually be quite useful. Silent Arbiter, this is so good. It says no more than 1 creature can attack each combat. This doesn't affect us, and no more than 1 creature can block each combat. If anything, this...
I need to get this for Darien as well, because it's exile target creature. Controller may search his or her library for a basic land. So I like this, and I like Path to Path to Exile.
Doesn't affect us, and if anything, and 1 it lets generously weaker Mother of Ruins, but it can't protect it.
Because this is technically a form of mana ramp too, so you can use it for removal, or you could also say put a creature on the field, pay 1, exile it, get another land. So you could say like you put your Knight of the White Orchard on the field, you get a land, put it on the battlefield, then you could attack with the Night Orchard, and then like say exile the creature later, and then put another land on the field.
Coming up next, we have Path to Exile, super.
They have a good artwork picture of that too, black and red.
Solid removal, good in any format. You should be running this. Generous Gift. It destroys any permanent. It does give them a free chump blocker if our commander isn't, or whatever we've enchanted is not unblockable. But it's such a solid removal spell. It is really nice. Excuse any background noise. It's just a plane going over. Next up we have God's Willing. God's Willing, really nice. 1 mana gives out a creature protection, and it lets us scry one, which can actually be quite useful. Silent Arbiter. This is so good. It says no more than 1 creature can attack each combat. This doesn't affect us, and no more than 1 creature can block each combat. If anything, this doesn't affect us, and if anything, it makes it harder for opponents to kill our commander. This is so nice, makes it nearly impossible for us to be killed by our opponents. Swords to Plowshares, auto-include. There's no reason why I shouldn't be running this. Great piece of interaction. And Divine Reckoning. Really nice. Essentially does the same thing as single combat, except that you can also flashback it, which makes it even better. Busted card.
Beta.
Next up we have Winds of Wraith. This is really nice. It destroys all creatures that aren't enchanted, which will allot 1 mana in the best course of the game. Core Spirit Dancer. 2 mana O2. and it draws you a card whenever you play an aura, which can be so much value over the course of the game. And it has 2/2 for each aura attached to it. So we'll often play all our auras onto this.
I don't know if you could move the Darksteel mutation to a different creature, because that would be really strong if you could. See, I don't really care about this. I wouldn't use Cigar's Aid. I think these Aurora spell draw cards, you could make you know, this Senior Artificer, you could make a debate for those if you have enough equipments and stuff in your deck, but see, like cards like this, these night cards, I never use them in decks. Like I've never really bothered to put them in anything, and they look really good, you know.
This if we don't want to use it on a commander and kill them that way. Really nice card. Shram, he draws us a card whenever we cast an equipment or aura spell, which is so solid, and if we need to, we can also use them to equip stuff too. Darksteel Mutation, this should have really been in the other section, but pretty much enchant something, and it turns it into a 0/1 indestructible, so that can be annoying, it can block our stuff, but most of the time this is just going to shut down an enemy's creature. And then we have Sigarda's Aid. This card is so strong in this deck. Like, often I'd rather be playing this on turn 1 than a Soul Ring, that's how solid it is. Whenever an aura or equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you get to attach it to a creature you control. So efficient, and we can cast them as though they had flash. This is just broken. It will save us 6 or 7 plus mana over the course of the game, and it can let us kill with a commander almost instantly. Exceptionally broken card. Next up we have Arcane Signet. Essential ramp ramps us into our commander a turn earlier. Really good. Soul Ring. Wouldn't be a deck without Soul Ring. You have to include it. Mind Stone ramps us into a commander or anything and can draw us a card later on. Open the Armory, searches us for any aura or equipment card, which is 90% of the cards we're going to be wanting to tutor for. So solid for 2 mana. Flower Stone, might just tap for a colourless or a colour we don't need. Still nice 2 mana ramp. And Knight of the White Orchid. It will very often ramp us by land, and it's also a nice 2 mana 2/2 first strike, which is great to attach stuff to. Next up we have Brass Squire. Nice little creature we can play before our commander to cheat equipment costs. Auric Windwalker, essentially the same thing as Brass Squire, but sometimes it is a 2/3 flyer, and sometimes we will actually use equipment to equip onto it. Kimber makes us a bunch of 2/2s if we attach stuff to it, which will often be a viable option, because then we don't need to just do commander damage. So we can often swarm over with a bunch of 2/2s as well. That will likely all have double strike if we have enough equipment.
See, this is the kind of card in the top right that I've been looking to build a deck around for a while. It's very difficult to kind of get soldiers and knights in one deck. But you look at this, equipment cost, you pay 1 less. It's a human soldier, but soldiers and knights you control get +1/+1. And I think this is how, like, it should be soldier tokens and then knight creatures is how, like, the system should work. but it's very difficult to get because I really like knight art, like Pure Steel Paladin. I have one of these somewhere. Like equipment enters the battlefield and control, you draw a card. That's good. Equipment you control have equipped 0 as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. I mean, good artwork, 2 for a 2/2, card draw. I mean, can't go wrong
Warrior
with that.
Steel Shaper. We can just equip a bunch of stuff onto this on its own and make it pretty big because it's essentially a 2-mana 2/2. But really, we're running it because all our equip costs cost 1 less, which will save us more mana than what the creature's worth. And then we have Pure Steel Paladin, probably the strongest creature in this deck. It's a 2-mana human knight, and it says whenever equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you get to draw a card, which is insanely strong. And it says if we control 3 or more artifacts, which is really easy with all our rampant equipment, equip costs 0. So if we can drop equipment on turn 1, play this turn 2, play 2 more equipment on turn 3, drop our commander, equip all the equipment to it, and we'll be drawing cards whenever we play these equipment too. And then turn 5, we just swing them for lethal on an opponent. This is so strong. Essential card. And then finally, we've got Wayfarer's Bauble and Marble Diamond. Both really nice ramp us into anything a turn earlier. Heliod's Pilgrim can be used to attach stuff to, but really it's a 3-mana tutor for any aura or equipment, which is really nice. Enlightened Tutor gets us an aura or equipment we need and put it on or enchantment actually, put it on the top of our deck, which can be really nice to help us win the game earlier. And Serra Ascendant. We'll often just attach stuff onto this, because it's a 1-mana 6/6 that's going to ensure, if you drop it on turn 1, that's going to ensure you stay above 30 life, and then you drop your commander and equip something to this, and it's suddenly hitting for 20 damage. Incredible card, definitely worth the include. And now, for the mana base, throw in anything you want, just basic planes really. Some suggestions I have: Blast currently running a I am so hyped for this new commander, and I'm hyped for this new set. I reckon he's going to be insane. And yeah, thanks
Your
for
Magic
watching.
product. Yeah,
Make sure
and
you
also,
like and subscribe.
once you get those cards, you...
To see you next time.
Come on, and marry a shepherd off the top. Oh, it's a marry a shepherd off the top. We found it. We found it. Game time. Landfall trigger. Burnished Heart. Crack a Burnished Heart.
Today on Commander Replay, Ameria Shepherd strikes again as we check out this Halvar God of Battle deck and try to outvalue our opponents next on Commander Replay. Hey guys, next time you purchase cards, if you want to support me and my LGS, be sure to check out MothershipATX.com and use the promo code REPLAY to save 15% on your next order. And if you can't find what you're looking for, you can use the TCG affiliate player link. All links are in the description below.
Welcome back, everyone. Playing some Halvar God of Battle today. Take a look at this opening hand. Ooh. 1-land Weathered Wayfarer. Card draw. We can risk it? I think we're going to risk it. I don't think we're playing first. So let's try it. Hopefully the Weathered Wayfarer doesn't get bolted immediately, because I like the rest of the things in our hand. We have a decent amount of gas, just that we're light on lands, but the Weathered Wayfarer can get us the lands we need. Oh, that's a Mana Crypt start. Well, this is going to be ridiculous. Farhaven Elf for opponent, that's a lot of ramp. So, Weathered Wayfarer definitely going to be active. Commander's Plate for opponent brings it to our turn when we draw into a Doomscar. Excellent, we might be able to foretell that at some point. Play a Plains, play a Weathered Wayfarer. Hope that doesn't get shot. And we'll pass like that. So yes, we are playing Halvar, God of Battle, a new legendary god out of Kaldheim. The front side is 4 mana for a 4/4. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. At the beginning of each combat, you may attach target aura or equipment attached to a creature you control to target creature you control. Pretty cool ability. This is really good for an equipment deck because it's playing multiple roles. Usually there are free equipped creatures and then there are things in your deck to give you double strike. This does literal both. It's not the best in either category, but the fact that it does both and it's all in one card and is a creature is super, super valuable. One thing I did realize, I did some filming with this morning as part of a group game that'll be coming out at some point. And the bottom ability, the free equip, happens at the beginning of each combat, which means if you attack with something and you want to move a sword to a blocker so that way the blocker can stop something big from coming in. The Halvar ability gives you the ability to do that, which is super helpful because, like, if you have a Blackblade Reforged, you want to attack with it, and then it's more ideal to move it to another creature that's untapped so that you have better blocks during your opponent's combats, and you can absolutely do that, which is super sweet. And then there's the backside of the card, Sword of the Realms. 2 mana, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Vigilance. Whenever equipped creature dies, return it to its owner's hand. This particular deck isn't super well built to take advantage of Sword of the Realms, but it is a really cool card, and one that I'd like to explore in the future. I've already started working on a build for Sword of the Realms, and whenever I get some time, I'll post a video on that as well. I do think it's a really cool card, but for this deck in particular, we're probably just going to be playing the front side of Halvar most of the time. A bunch of things happening while I was talking there. So opponent gets even further ahead. They get an Altar of the Brood. They play a thing. We end up milling 2. There's Imperious Perfect. Ooh, that's a mana crypt. That's going to get us going much faster. And they made us mill 2 off the permanents coming in. I think the other one was a land off of the Altar of the Brood. So yeah, I got some stuff going on over there. We'll take a look at their commander in a moment. Let's take our turn right here. So play the mana crypt. I think play Commander's Sphere. Now the question is, do we want like an Ancient Tomb for more ramp, or do we want a second white source? Activate the Weathered Wayfarer. This is a good chance to get a Maria, actually, so let's just get a Maria. It'll give us another white source, and, you know, we can start working on that plains count, and if the game goes long enough, things will start coming back. I would say 75% of the times I've ever had a Maria active, I've won the game. Now, there's a lot of things that happen. One, there are many games where you'll never get a Maria active. The game doesn't go long enough. Things happen.
I just realized Weathered Wayfarer is any land, which is good because it means you can search out a Maria. So Darien deck, I probably need to stick that back in.
Whatever the case is. 2, sometimes a Maria gets shot, so it doesn't survive long enough for that. And then finally, you don't want your graveyard to get exiled, but even if it does, as long as you have like one good thing in your graveyard after that point, a Maria is still very impactful. So yeah, I would say 75% of the times that I've survived to that point of the game where it's active and it doesn't get shot and my graveyard doesn't get exiled, it's probably going to win you the game. But there are plenty of things that can go wrong before that happens, but it's still a great card to have nonetheless. So we mill out the Fairies Protection. There's one we wanted. Altar of the Brood doing some work. Let's take a look at what our opponents are playing. So first up, we have Firemaker 282 piloting Asika, God of the Tree, but more specifically, the Prismatic Bridge. On the front side, Asika is a 3-mana 1/4. Vigilance, add 1 mana of any color. Other legendary creatures you control have Vigilance and tap to add 1 mana of any color. Not the most exciting part of that card. Cool, but not insane. The Prismatic Bridge, on the other hand, pretty wild card. Had a chance to play it on the stream last night. You can check out the live stream if you like. It's a 5-mana enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature or planeswalker card. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom. It's incredibly powerful. The deck I played last night was like Praetors and big nasty creatures, Consecrated Sphinx, just all the real heavy hitters in the format. They said they're going to be doing more of a God tribal card. And foretell a little bit, but especially in mono white, you know, I think I like it a lot more than I ever used to. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, if it targets one or more other permanents you control, create a token that's a copy of what card is going to come into play and probably cause some trouble for us. Sky Diamond for opponent. Opponent doesn't have a shard. They can bounce us with Crystal Shard. Should have tapped them one. If we had a Burnished Shard or a Solemn Simulacrum plus draw a few cards, might be a time and place where we shoot the Hushbringer. That's a thing that could happen. Let's play. I see. Okay, I think I have a plan. Okay, become the Monarch. So now we're like relatively.
Back in Kaldheim and their weird. You can cast it as the sword, but I'm going to be focusing on the god side. He gives double strike and attaches stuff to a creature. We're going to grind this down a bit and make it into Voltron. So he can give himself double strike, so we'll never have to worry about that, but let's look at the other abilities we can give to him. Shadow Spear and Loxodon Warhammer give him lifelink and trample. Trailblazer's Boots, Prowler's Helm, and Rogue's Passage let him slip on by. Oncero's Wings and Maul of the Skyclaves gives him fly by. Oncero's Wings and Maul of the Passage let him slip on by. Oncero's Wings and Maul of the Skyclaves gives him flying among other things. Sword of Vengeance gives Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Daybreak Coronet gives Vigilance and Lifelink. Battle Grace Angel gives Lifelink. And Grafted Exoskeleton gives Infect. So now that we've turned Halvar into a keyword soup, let's go into how we're going to power him up. Sublime Archangel and Sigil of Valor give our board of creatures Exalted. Cathedral of War is a land with Exalted. Scroll of the Masters, All That Glitters, and Golem Skin Gauntlets let us take advantage of committing hard. With Double Strike, Inquisitor's Fail becomes super powerful. Halvar will likely kill anything blocking him before they even get a chance to hit him back. Black chance to hit him back. Blackblade Reforged and Armored Ascension will beef up Halvar for just having lands. Hero's Blade is a piece of nice cheap equipment for us to throw down early and have Halvar pick up when he comes in. And Colossus Hammer is almost always great. Some of our evasion isn't flying based, and with how the layers work, we should be able to work around this drawback. Protection is one of the best ways to let Halvar slip on by and defend him from removal. Mother of Runes and Giver of Runes can protect against a certain color at a moment's notice. Commander's Plate will be great with us only playing mono white, and how little white is played in Commander sometimes. Holy Mantle lets Halvar just waltz right by defending creatures. And Spectral Ward is great because it'll protect, but it also won't knock enchantments off. Staying with protection in a more general sense, Leonin Abunas will protect our enchantments, and Bastion Protector gives a slight buff and indestructible to Halvar. There is some decent synergy that works with aura and equipment strategies. Sigarda's Aid gives them flash and makes them instantly attach. Ardenn can help throw everything onto Halvar. Open the Armory, Stoneforge Mystic, and Stone Hero Giant are all great tutors. And even with playing Voltron, Single Combat, Divine Reckoning, and Slash the Ranks allow us to avoid killing our commander while dealing with the rest of the board. We are building up one creature, so we have to make sure we don't die to the crackback. Silent Arbiter and Crawl Space limit how many creatures can come after us. Ghostly Prison, Sphere of Safety, Windborne Muse, and Baird will tax people for attacking us. Monastery Mentor will make a bunch of blockers for us as we commit to the board. Lightmine Field will destroy anyone's board if they come after us with too many creatures.
I've never even seen this card, but that is crazy. Because this isn't even mean targeting you. Whenever one or more creatures attack, it deals damage to each of those creatures equal to the number of attacking creatures. So that's just anyone attacking any turn. That could potentially like turn the fight, like turn the tide of a fight as well. But I think this could potentially get you hated off the board. But damn. Good card though.
And Mangara gives us cards if people want to attack us. Let's go over to card advantage from there. Advantage from there. SRAM and Pure Steel Paladin draws cards for playing the featured cards in this deck. Sage's Reverie will draw us a bunch of cards if we've already committed. Tome of Legends rewards us for attacking without Halvar. Armored Sky Hunter will shoot auras and equipment.
That's a good card.
Onto the field and give itself double strike because of Halvar. Court of Grace will help populate our board, but will more importantly introduce Monarchy to the game. And Ugin can draw some cards, but more importantly discounts our equipment. So let's add a ramp now. Danith the Capuchin will discount auras and equipment. Sword of the Animist, the Dowsing Dagger work really well with Voltron decks. And Brass Squire will help us cheat equip costs. We'll end off with some ramp that's exclusive to Mono White. Nykthos and Nyx Lotus are great here because we are only playing one color. Verge Rangers will let us play lands off the top of our deck. Keeper of the Accord will help build our board and ramp to keep pace with everyone else at the table. And finally, Smothering Tide will make a butt ton of treasure. So there it is, Halvar's Voltron. I like that we're getting more gods. We've seen Greek gods, we've seen Egyptian gods, and now we're finally seeing Norse gods. The subtle differences between each of them are really cool. So what do you think? Did I miss a card? Let me know in the comments. If you like this video, leave a like and possibly subscribe. The music in this video is provided by the talented Braingainz. Check out his Twitter in the description. Thanks for watching.
If we run a lot of knights and legendary creatures, potentially we could use Circle of Loyalty, be another Anthem effect, and a way to get knight tokens out.
And remember to bolt your birds.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Extra Turns. This episode is brought to you by the Cubemajigs Series 2 Kickstarter.
Series 2 are an upgrade to the Cubemajigs reusable booster packs for Magic the Gathering cubes and other TCGs.
There you go. Play, what are we playing? Probably Hushbringer. We have a bunch of...
If you're looking for fits to be, got an episode on that. For the sorcery or equipped to have double strike. At the beginning of each combat, you may attach target aura or equipment attached to target creature you control to target creature you control. And then Sword of the Realms, the other side, so you can cast it for either one that you want, is an equipment, again, that costs 1 and a white. It says equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance. Whenever equipped creature dies, return to its owner's hand, equipped for 1 and a white. Now, the first question that I'm sure is on a lot of people's minds is, you can cast either side of this, but does commander attacks apply to both? I believe, yes, the same commander tax applies to both. Please correct me in the comments below if I'm incorrect. But yeah, basically, if you put Halvar out, it dies. You cast it, as a sword. You're going to have to pay 2 extra for whichever side that you cast it as. Again, correct me if I'm incorrect in the comments below, but I believe that's how it works. But yeah, this is the very first, dual-faced commander that we've ever seen. That we can actually cast either side. Again, either as a god or as an equipment. Let's go through the god side first. This is a pretty powerful commander. Again, basically giving all of your creatures double strike as long as they're or equipped or enchanted. So yeah, you're going to be doing, a deck that's built around either auras or equipment. Equipment is probably a bit safer, in case the creature is dealt with. You can, attach the equipment to something else. If the aura, if the creature's dealt with and it's got an aura on it, it's going to go away. That second part is decent, not all that great. Basically kind of saves you on a re-equip cost, or it can move an aura around, which you usually wouldn't be able to do. But yeah, basically letting you move an aura from one of your creatures to another. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't say attached to a creature. So, if you just had, whatever that Colossus Hammer is, on your field that costs so much to equip, you didn't have to pay for that. You could just move it on. But that's not how it works. Probably a little more fair this way. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah, with this kind of a commander building in, an equipment deck, go wide, get a bunch of equipment on your creatures and swing out. Seems like a mono white commander, kind of, equipment-based commander. Sword of the Realms, the other side, it's a decently powerful equipment in itself. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance. That's not bad. Whenever equipped creature dies, return to its owner's hand, brings the creature back. So it's kind of like a protection on top of, a pump. But yeah, the ironic thing, and many people have pointed this out so far, that I've seen, is that many gods that we've seen so far in other sets have had some sort of protection, whether that's indestructible, or when it dies, it comes back to your hand at the end of the turn, or goes, in the top 3 cards of your library, or something or other. Halvar doesn't. So it's looking like the Norse gods don't. And actually, in the mythology, apparently the Norse gods die quite a bit. So, again, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. I'm not an expert in Norse mythology, but that kind of fits the flavor. The ironic thing is, and that's also been pointed out, in Standard, obviously, you can use, 4 versions of this card, whereas in Commander, you cannot. So if you happen to cast Elvar, you can actually cast your Sword of the Realms as the second one, and then you can attach that, and then Elvar kind of, protects realms of this card, whereas in Commander, you cannot. So if you happen to cast Elvar, you can actually cast your Sword of the Realms as the second one, and then you can attach that, and then Helvar's gods don't. And actually, in the mythology, apparently the Norse gods die quite a bit. So, again, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. I'm not an expert in Norse mythology, but that kind of fits the flavor. The ironic thing is, and that's also been pointed out, in Standard, obviously, you can use, 4 versions of this card, whereas in Commander, you cannot. So if you happen to cast Elvar, you can actually cast your Sword of the Realms as the second one, and then you can attach that, and then Elvar kind of, protects itself with his own sword. So kind of funny that way. Standard, obviously, you can use, 4 versions of this card, whereas in Commander, you cannot. So if you happen to cast Elvar, you can actually cast your Sword of the Realms as the second one, and then you can attach that, and then Elvar kind of, protects itself with his own sword. So kind of funny that way. So yeah. Basically, the way that I would build around this, again, I would really focus on equipment that is cheap to equip to start. So things like Bonesaw, Shuko, and Grafted War Gear. Bonesaw just costs 0 to get out, so that's really cheap. +1/+0, and then equip 1. Again, that +1/+0 is kind of like a +2/+0 with this kind of a deck, because again, your commander gives double strike, which, just basically doubles up the damage. Shuko costs 0 to equip, so that's huge. An equipped creature gets +1/+0. Again, just being able to, once you get your creatures out there, just freely attach things to give them double strike immediately can be pretty huge. Grafted War Gear, +3/+2. Whenever it becomes unattached from a permanent, sacrifice that permanent, equip 0. So this is a huge upside, obviously, basically, again, with a double strike, giving +6 power on that hit. But yeah, if someone deals with your Grafted War Gear, that creature is dead as well, so be careful what you attack.
Hey guys, it's Cole here at DTI. This is a job that anybody can do.
Attach it too. Now, the other thing that I thought about with this kind of a deck that would be really fun is Death Touch. Basilisk Collar, Gorgon Flail, and Quietus Spike come to mind. Basilisk Collar gives Death Touch and Lifelink. Again, when you have Double Strike or First Strike, Death Touch is insane with that because your creature is going to hit first, so even just 1 point of damage is going to kill that creature. So yeah, Death Touch is huge for, again, either First Strike or Double Strike. With this case, whenever you're attaching any of your creatures, they get Double Strike immediately. Gorgon Flail, Death Touch, +1/+1, so that's great. Quietus Spike, even better in this kind of a deck. Equipped creature has Death Touch. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. Yeah, with double strike, if you get through with your creature, it hits twice. So that effect stacks twice. Again, I'm not going to do the math on how much life someone would lose even if they were at 40. I believe if they were 40, they'd go down to 20 and then 10. But correct me in the comments if I'm incorrect. But yeah, that's a 30 life loss just for 1 hit. Pretty cool with this kind of a commander. You also kind of want other equipment in this deck that give other kind of effects. Like Forebearer's Blade, +3/+0, Vigilance, Trample. Trample's probably going to be a pretty big thing with this kind of a deck, so you can actually get some damage through, or other types of evasion you might want as well, like maybe flying. Vigilance can be big as well to help you protect yourself. And then that +3/+0, again, I think the power is a lot more important when you have Double Strike. Double Strike is kind of a way to protect your own creature when it's attacking anyway, since it hits first. But yeah, +3/+0, again, that's like +6 power to whatever you're adding it to. If you put that on your commander is going to be, what, hitting for 14, essentially? So yeah, that's a 2-shot kill just with this. And then whenever a equipped creature dies, you attach Forebearer's Blade to target creature you control. So this one just kind of moves around on its own, which can be great. Let's talk about some potential enchantments that you might want to add into this deck as well. Again, I did say that, I would probably focus on equipment because it's a bit safer. But if you've got some Anthem effects out there, like Brave the Sands are always watching, those can come in really handy as well. Vigilance can be a great thing for a deck like this. Brave the Sands says, creatures you control have Vigilance. Each creature you control can block additional creature each combat. This is just a fantastic way to protect yourself. So again, this deck is going to want to be aggressive and swing, but being able to swing and also stay back is huge, and then being able to block twice as many creatures is great. Always Watching is an Anthem. It says non-token creature you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance. So yeah, pumping your creatures, again, that's basically an extra 2 power because if your creatures are equipped, and Vigilance, again, is great. Let's move on to some creatures, though, that you might want to include in this kind of a deck. I typically think that with this kind of a deck, you probably want to include creatures that can really protect themselves. Again, you're going to be kind of dedicating a lot of resources on the field, swinging and whatnot. You want creatures that can protect themselves. So in case there's a board wipe or in case, combat doesn't work out the way that you think it will, that basically your creatures can stay there. Danto Vanguard, as long as it's attacking, gets +2/+0. Again, when it's got double strike, that's basically an extra 4. You pay 4 life, and it gains indestructible until end of turn. So yeah, that's definitely going to be worth keeping it around when it's going to be hitting hard with all those equipment that you're going to have attached to it. Darksteel Juggernaut actually can be a really cool card with this kind of a deck. It's indestructible, and its power toughness are each equal to the number of artifacts you control. It attacks each combat if able. Again, you want to attack with this kind of a deck anyways. And again, the more equipment that you got on the field, the bigger this gets. So yeah, equip it up, give it double strike, and swing through. Frontline Medic has Battalion. Whenever it and at least 2 other creatures attack, creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. You can also sacrifice it to counter an X spell unless they pay 3. But yeah, you're going to be swinging out with a good amount of creatures. So as long as you attack with 3 creatures, including the Frontline Medic, those creatures get indestructible until end of turn, which can be huge. Again, pair that up with your own board wipe at the end of the turn, or at the end of the turn, in the second main phase, and wipe out your opponent's creatures while yours have indestructible. So yeah, that's a good way to do it. You also are going to want to protect your commander, obviously. Shielded by Faith is a good way to do that. It has indestructible. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you can attach Shielded by Faith to that creature. So if you need to move it around, you can. You can already do it with your commander anyways, but yeah. And Darksteel Plate, if you've got the money in your budget for Darksteel Plate, always a great card for an equipment-based deck. Equipped creature is indestructible, and this thing's indestructible, so it's really hard to deal with. Let's talk about some card advantage. Again, Mono White really struggles with card advantage, but some things that can really help with this kind of deck are Shram, Senior Edificer, and Pure Steel Paladin. Shram says whenever you cast an ore equipment or vehicle, draw a card. Yeah, definitely the ore and equipment are going to be the ones that you're going to be working with. You can run vehicles in this deck if you really want to, I guess. And Pure Steel Paladin says whenever an equipment enters the battlefield under control, you may draw a card. And it's got Metalcraft. Equipment you control have equip 0 as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. That's going to be very easy for this deck to meet. So yeah, you're basically going to have equip 0 and you can just move your equipment around however you need to. Again, Halvar, God of Battle and Sword of the Realms, is a brand new type of commander that we've never seen before, an MDFC commander, one that we can use either side. I think, again, if you're going to be building a deck around a commander, you're probably going to build it around the God side and not the equipment side, but you know what? I could be very wrong. Maybe you want to build the deck specifically around the equipment side. So yeah, now it's my turn to hear from you, though. Let me know which side you would build around. What do you think of this MDFC type commander? And if you were going to build around that equipment side, how would you build the deck? So yeah, let me know in the comments below. And as always, thanks again and have a good one.
This got banned in like every form.
Precede them. Content creators speak of them in venomous tones. Convention halls, long devoid of life during the pandemic. 7. There
is a piece of nice cheap equipment for us to throw down early and have
Halvar, God of Battle. White, 2 other for a legendary creature god, 4/4. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. At the beginning of each combat, you may attach target aura or equipment attached to a creature you control to target creature you control. Sword of the Realms. 1 white, 1 other. Legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance. Whenever equipped creature dies, return it to its owner's hand. Equip is 1 white and 1 other. This is the same card, y'all. We've got an equipment out of the command zone. Let's talk about Halvar, God of Battle, and his legendary Sword of the Realms. And the video starts right now. Special thanks to our Patreon supporters who power our channel. Check out our Patreon for monthly giveaways, exclusive content, and even a starring role in our fan fight series. Link in the description below.
For a limited time only, if you join the Patreon at any level, you will receive a holographic Jake and Joel Are Magic logo sticker. Link in the description.
God of Battle and the sword that he carries on his back. But before we do, if you would, go down there, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you like the video by the end of it. Let's get into this commander. So this one is pretty wild. I looked at this card the first time and was just like, okay, what? Hang on, wait, what's going on here? Halvar, God of Battle. We have got a legendary god that is going to give the passive ability of creatures you control that are equipped or enchanted having double strike, and you can move auras and equipments around at the beginning of each combat. One from one creature you control to another creature you control. Now, we also have access to the flip side of Halvar, which is Sword of the Realms, an equipment that can be cast out of the command zone that's going to give a creature +2/+0 in vigilance, but when the equipped creature dies, we're going to return it to our hand instead of it dying. That is huge for an attacking deck. Any creature that has ETBs, we're going to get more advantage out of. We're going to get to keep whatever creatures we are playing in our deck and equipping with Sword of the Realms. And also, I would be remiss if I did not show off this sweet showcase art of Halvar, God of Battle, and also Halvar's Sword of the Realms. I want to talk about what cards would be good in a mono white commander deck with Halvar, God of Battle at the helm of, and then I want to talk about some commanders that I think Halvar would be great in the 99 of. Let's get into this commander. So when I start thinking of Halvar and I'm looking at the abilities, creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike, obviously my mind first goes to cards like Core Spirit Dancer. 1 white, 1 other, 0/2. It gets +2/+2 for each aura attached to it, and it has an enchantress effect of whenever you cast an aura spell, you may draw a card. This is fantastic in this deck. Obviously, this sort of build, and I think the mono white build of, Core Spirit Dancer version is going to be very, very aura focused. We're going to focus on creature enchantments that come in, they go on to our creatures. If Core Spirit Dancer is out there, or cards like SRAM are out there, whenever you cast an aura, equipment, or vehicle spell, draw a card, you're going to be filling your hand back up whenever you cast these things. Halvar is going to passively give any creatures you control that are enchanted, so have an aura on them, double strike, and you can move your aura and equipment around however you would like, at least one of them, however you would like, at the beginning of each combat. So I think Core Spirit Dancer and SRAM are obviously a super way to go, but the card on the back of our commander is a sword, so we can also look at equipment as a viable strategy. Run cards like Danitha Capuchin, Paragon, 1 white, 2 other, 2/2 Human Knight, First Strike, Vigi, Lifelink, words. Aura and equipment spells you cast are 1 less to cast. So the first cast on our sword is 1 mana, 1 white mana, and an equip of 2. And then our subsequent recasts are, the tax is lowered by cards like Danitha. That's a pretty excellent ability, and there's multiple cards that allow stuff like this. We also can have effects like Pure Steel Paladin, 2 white, 2/2. Whenever an equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. Just Pure Steel Paladin on the battlefield, and you play your Sword of the Realms out of the command zone, you're going to get to draw a card. And as long as you have 3 or more artifacts on the battlefield, which with an enchantment, with an equipment deck that's also mono white, you're going to have mana rocks, you're going to have an equipment. Getting 3 artifacts on the battlefield shouldn't be a huge problem for this deck. Your equipment are going to equip for free if Pure Steel Paladin is on the battlefield, and you've got the Metalcraft satisfied. Now, I was talking about Sword of the Realms. Equipped creature dies and returns to your hand. How about Sun Titan being equipped with Sword of the Realms, dying and returning to your hand? That's pretty insane, because any permanents then that are in your graveyard, you're going to get to return to your hand if it's CMC 3 or less. We're going to get that effect over and over again. We already get it on the ETB and on the attack, but if they kill it, it comes back, we replay it, return Danitha to our hand. Yeah, I'm pretty into that. But honestly, the biggest interaction that I found so far with Sword of the Realms is Karmic Guide. Play Karmic Guide, equip Sword of the Realms. Whenever the equipped creature dies, return it to its owner's hand. Karmic Guide says whenever it enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Whoops, did we just find a wombo combo? Karmic Guide, ETBs. We return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. We equip Sword of the Realms. At the beginning of your upkeep, we choose not to pay the echo cost. It comes back to our hand. Bang, bang, boom. We're doing it again. Karmic Guide with Sword of the Realms. I am super here for this interaction. Those are my instant speed reactions looking at Halvar, God of Battle as a commander. I really am in love with this flip card that is a creature and an equipment. I love this. I love that we are going to hopefully keep seeing these. In Zendikar, we got modal DFCs that were lands with a spell or a creature on the other side. With this one, we're getting a creature that is an equipment on the other side, and I think that opens up a lot of possibilities. I don't think we're done finding interactions like Karmic Guide with Sword of the Realms. I'm pretty sure that we are going to find some very powerful stuff for a color that, let's face it, is not that great as a mono-colored commander deck. Because mono white normally doesn't stand on its own as a solo running color in EDH, I went ahead and looked at two commanders that I think this as a card in the 99 has a lot of potential, and I think Halvar, God of Battle obviously goes fantastic in a Tuvasa the Sunlit. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 green, 1/1 Merfolk Shaman, gets +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, and whenever you cast your first enchantment spell each turn, draw a card. So you're focused on auras, obviously, but we can also focus on basic enchantments as well that do a lot of stuff. Look at Finest Hour, a blue, a white, a green, 2 other. It's got Exalted, which means whenever a creature you control that attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, which normally isn't that consequential, but when Halvar is giving an aura'd up creature double strike, suddenly every little +1/+1 is counting towards a much bigger attack. And with Finest Hour, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap that creature. After the phase, there's an additional combat phase. So we're getting more attacks from a creature that's going to reward us for putting auras on creatures. And the Tuvasa is going to be cantripping those enchantments, auras, when any enchantments or auras, really, when they come into the
while a latter exiles a land from our deck when it ETBs and grants the equipped creature +1/+1 for each land on the battlefield with the same name, allowing us to either crash through blockers and gain huge swaths of life back, or instead crack in for enormous amounts of damage that scales with the amount of mountains in play, either of which are good for us. Whisper Silk Cloak then gets added in as a more defensive option, an equipment that equips for 2, makes the equipped creature unblockable, and grants it Shroud, giving us another way to protect our commander from targeted removal while also ensuring he can safely attack in to proc his own ability. Finally, we close out our artifacts with Battle Mage's Bracers and Rings of Bright Hearth, both of which allow us to copy activated abilities so long as they're not mana abilities, the former being an equipment that equips for 1, grants the equipped creature haste, and lets us pay 1 to copy the equipped creature's ability as we use it, while the latter can copy any activated ability as we use it if we pay 2, providing our build with even more ways to double up on our commander's ability, and possibly more than double if we have multiple copy sources in play simultaneously. That covers all our artifacts, so let's move on to our planeswalkers. Our
This is an interesting card. Doesn't look bad either. See, I like this. Dauntless Bodyguard. I have one of these somewhere. So I like, because it's a female character, but it's believable. It looks pretty good. I mean, Human Knight. That's a pretty good card. This is also a really good card. I think we need more equipments before we get any support cards, though, for this guy. Stuff like this, you know? Like, so Hazard Marshall is a card that I liked for a very long time. It's one of the first cards I've had. I have a bunch of them. I've never used it in the deck, though, because it's so weak. But it's a 1-drop, and then when at least 2 other creatures attack, you create a 1/1 white soldier creature token with lifelink. So the thing is that it's a 1-drop, but it requires you to have 3 creatures all attack to get the benefit of this soldier token. But just as like a 1 card, like turn 1, you get it, it's a 1/1, you put an equipment on it. And then with this commander, you get, double strike. So you get like a 4/4 that makes tokens. I mean, that's good. That's basically like a uh uh what is it? That knight card. I forget what it's called now though. But that gives benefit to these things, And then this is also a whenever effect. So if you have a Strionic Resignator or something, you pay 2, you make another token. So if you get like 2 tokens in this card, and you have Strionic Resignator and the other card out, you could attack with this, pay your like 4 or whatever, and make 2 tokens, and then just keep replaying the effect over and over. That's why I'm kind of split between like if I built him as a commander, I would be very tempted to play cards like this that make tokens, even though I want to kind of, there's knights that have protection. Let me see. White knight protection from green. See if it's here. It's like this is like, it's a 5/5 for 6 that can get protection from 1 color. See, but like this one, Mirian Crusader. But apparently there's Auroras that do it too. But when you look at this, I mean, is a human knight 3 for a 2/2. He looks okay, right? But protection from black and from green with double strike naturally. So then you put, if you have equipment and an Aurora that both give you like protection from 2 other colors, all you got to do is put one of those on this guy and he becomes basically untouchable by anybody. And then with the commander, he's going to get double strike. So you put a sword on him, he comes like a 4/4. He's going to be swinging for 8. He's going to be an 8/8 double strike. So you could make a deck with that kind of ability where you can kind of amplify and really go into the protection aspect of this, which I think would be the best thing to do. Or you could put something like the token generation in, where you would equip the token and then you'd be able to use this. But I like the idea of like that Brave the Sands card, Keeper of the Gates, Audric the Tactician, because then you could dictate how blocks are made and say like with Brave the Sands, this guy's going to be able to block 2 creatures, right? He has protection from that color, then he could just block them and not take any damage or anything from it, which makes your defense a lot sturdier, right? And then if we have things, because this is a knight card, I could have Circle of Loyalty, which would allow me to increase all of them with an anthem effect. If I have Gauntlet of Power and stuff, that's 4 anthems that you could increase these potentially to a 6/6 with double strike, And then if you have uh, um, some way to make soldier tokens. I mean, I think like Skull Clamp or something, like I think you should be able to make a deck somehow. So like Dawn of Hope, you can put mana in for a token that can deal damage, but then if you run across a Skull Clamp, you could use that for card draw, or you could stick an equipment on it. It becomes, something that's useful. Ginger. What are you doing? Huh? It's cold outside, so we couldn't stay outside, but you don't even go messing with the trash. Huh? Don't look all cute. Don't look all cute for me. Hmm? You cutesy wootsy. Cutesy. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's just random cards because with my Darien deck, there's cards in there that they just win the game. Like they get really big and they are able to go wide. You got Hero of Bladehold, Skywing Squadron, all those things. They're cards that are good on their own and they go wide by attacking. That just seems really good. But I could see this being good for sure. Because this also is whenever it attacks, and then if it gets double strike, so you're creating a 1/1 white soldier, and it gets double strike, it's getting 2, and then if you have uh um Stronic Resonator and the other thing, you could get 4 just from this one soldier. Equipment Insect. So this is an artifact insect. It gives 1/1, and then when you equip it to a creature, create a token that's a copy of Inchblade Companion. So this is, see, this is something. This is something that would be really good. It's something that continuously increases. So we have we have a common, uncommon, and 1 mythic that we can use. So like stuff like Legion's Landing, I mean this would be okay. It's a vampire, but these are vampires with lifelink. So that would be like, and this is a land and like a legendary enchantment. So if you have Circle of Loyalty, you're gonna get a free night off of it, and then it can turn into a fort that gives you vampire tokens and gives you extra mana. So I mean, I wouldn't say this is bad. It gives you free lifelink, and with an equipment, that's a lot of life gain. I don't have access to all the protection cards. This is a strong thing. Attacking creature gets 1/1 for each attacking creature and gains double strike. This is a game-ending card right here. Increases the cost of their stuff. Then you get an Anthem, and then for 5 mana, it turns into like a game-ending thing. It's like this really solid artwork here. Looks pretty realistic. Good armor, good color. Can attack as though it didn't have defender. See, I like that kind of thing too, where I like the knights that have the bigger defense stats than offense stats. Just I like that kind of ability. I wouldn't even mind if knights were all defenders, and you had to equip them before they could attack. Be like a 2/6. Put an equipment on it for 2. Or it would give benefit to some of those equipments that give you plus like 3 defense. You just put plus 3 on it, turn to a 2/9, but then you can swing. I mean, for a 1-drop, this is pretty good stats. Pretty good stats for that. See, recruitment officer. That's the other thing is like a lot of knight cards are fairly cheap to put down. We should have Circle of Loyalty in here. See, stuff like this. Spirit Soldier, Ageless Guardian, 1/4 for 2. I like it. You know, you put it down, it's beefy enough to absorb a bunch of random things. You put one of those things that increase its defensive stats, or even just a normal equipment, you know, it turns into a 3/6. It's still like it's mainly a blocker, but it can kind of go wide. It's like things like this, Bangladesh Honor Guard. You know, if we make a deck that's night focused and stuff, potentially this right here, it's getting for each legendary creature you control. So you got your commander, which would give it, you know, 3/2, and then potentially like if you have 4 legendary creatures, I mean this is coming in with 6/2, and then you give it indestructible. But there's a lot of female knights. But I like all these like this. I love the artwork on this. Is the kind of artwork I want in a card. So battlefield promotion, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. That creature gains first target until end of turn. You gain 2 life. Not that impactful of a card. It is pretty decent. I mean, you're going to be able to upgrade somebody a 1/1 counter, and then it gets first strike, so potentially wins a fight. But I really like the instant effects in Magic, but it's very difficult to use an effect like this over like a removal spell or something, because this isn't going to help you very often in the game, you know? And then even stuff like this, with this commander, you do turn 2, this card, and you turn the commander into a sword, put it on here, it dies, makes a token. And then if you had Stronic Resignator and stuff, you could double those tokens, make like 2 or 3 of them, and then it would come back next turn. You'd get more and more value out of it. Like things like this. Cavalier Drill Knight. Look at the art on that. Look at the color. Black and red. Pretty realistic. Human Knight, 2-drop, 2/1. Enters, another creature gets 2/0, gains first strike till end of turn. I mean, that's a pretty good buff for something that's really simple, but it's not really a powerful card that's going to be used in like a commander game. Orc Knight. See, this is pretty interesting because it's not that it has a good ability, but the artwork's good, female orc, you know, it's okay. The art looks really nice. Has a mace and stuff. I like all that features on it. Has a decent enter the battlefield effect, although it's not something I would really use in a deck, you know. So you can perpetually give stuff enter the battlefield tapped. If you could blink this in and out every turn, or multiple times a turn, you could potentially make someone's hand come in tapped no matter what. That would be really strong, but like alone, it isn't really that great. But also 2 for a 3/1. Like I'm perfectly fine with the 3/1s being decent too, so. I like this. Bonds of Faith. So if it's a human, it gets 2/2, and it would get double strike for our commander. But if it's not, it can't attack or block. So I mean, there's a benefit to this. Okay, so that used our common. So even so, like Bounty Agent, I mean, you sack it. It's a 2 for 2/2 and Vigilance. You know, the artwork is pretty decent. Again, it's another female character because there's female characters everywhere. I don't know what happened to all the guys. And then, but you sacrifice it, destroy target legendary permanent, artifact, creature, or enchantment. This alone can, I mean, Sun Titan in this, you can just keep removing somebody's commander from the game. That's the biggest thing that you can guarantee is that this is a commander removal. But it could potentially get rid of something else that's very important. And then it has vigilance, so it's already going to be pretty decent. Then with this commander, you stick an equipment on this thing, it becomes like a 4/4 with double strike, and you can sack it and destroy a legendary. There's a lot of benefit, you know, and then, or you turn the thing into a sword, you stick the sword onto this, then you sack this, then the sword puts this back into your hand, you put it back down, and then this is a bounty agent that's able to kill the enemy commander if you can't cast your commander from the command zone anymore, you know? So, I mean, that's pretty decent. I'm thinking this guy is probably the strongest mono white commander I could think of. Because even, like, if you put this deck against another Voltron deck, even the Cat one that goes wide, you have the potential for the Cat one to win going wide and just overrunning you. But I think God of Battle could do more damage quicker, you know? So plate armor is good. And the boast is good, so the Spirit Warrior thing, I like this. I also like that the Usher of the Fallen, like, it's not super powerful, but it's a 1-drop. You pay 2 and you get another 1/1 token. And then the dude in the background kind of reminds me a bit of the God of Battle. So that's pretty decent. We need to remove... So we added something that could give a 2/2, so we probably could remove Paladin Shield. However, thinking on it now, when you give your equipments flash like this, and then you're able to equip them for free, then potentially you could have a creature on the battlefield, they declare a block, you block with that creature, then you flash this and instant equip it to it, and then that creature gets double strike. So that's a pretty good effect. See things like Dub. It's good artwork. Again, 2 chicks again. But, you know, it's Resistance Squad. You got another chick right there in the center. Yeah. So I think we could drop Paladin Shield, I guess, for it. See, Dawn of Hope. So whenever you gain life, you may pay 2 if you do draw a card. Again, you wouldn't think that this would necessarily be good in the deck, but it actually is, because you can give multiple creatures double strike and lifelink. So then you could get 2 cards off of this a turn, like per attack. You know, and you could also get a card for per block, and then you could also create as many tokens as you want. So like I would like to have Dawn of Hope in here if I could, but I can't. So I would have preferred to have Dawn of Hope than the other thing. So look at this. So Dancing Sword. Equipped creature gets 2/1. When a equipped creature dies, you may have Dancing Sword become a 2/1 construct artifact creature with flying and ward 1. If you do, it isn't an equipment. So this is pretty interesting because it's 2/1, which is pretty good. But it's also a 2/1 flying with ward. So I think that's a pretty decent. The artwork's nice. So I think that's pretty good. But we can't get that either. So there's just a lot of things, especially with white. So like when I think of a white deck, and that's part of the reason I made Darien the way I have now. I like having a lot of soldier tokens. Okay, soldier tokens I think are really nice, and then having a few knights feels really good, and then having a few knight tokens, like less knight tokens than the soldier tokens, feels pretty solid as well, you know? And then at that point, you don't really need much else. But see, if you have Circle of Loyalty, you could make knight tokens. The Skyfield Squadron can make knight tokens, and then you have some other knight cards that could make soldier tokens, and that I think that would be fine. And the good thing is, like, if I put Aldrin Master Tactician in, which I plan on doing if I make the deck, then all I need is like 1 creature to have the effects, and then I can put Aldrich down, and he will give that to all my creatures. So it basically makes him a game-ending card, sort of. Human Soldier. I need some equipment cards that are going to be... See, things like this too, like cult leaders and stuff. I had this card in real life. At the beginning of your next end step, create a 1/1 black and white human cleric creature token. I mean, these things are slow in Commander, so they don't work very well. But it's just like Silverwing Squadron, where this card, its power becomes really strong, you know. And if I had protection, I could potentially do a lot with this. Guardian of New Benelia. See, I don't have a problem with these knights, but I don't like their colorfulness, you know? So, I'm fine with this being a girl knight with a big-ass shield. I don't like the color scheme of it, though. And, you know, it gains indestructible, so it's pretty nice. You have hexproof. Each opponent can't venture into the dungeon. Things like intangible, like the artwork on this, you know, you got a nice little keep here. It's kind of dark outside, but tokens you control get 1/1 and have vigilance. Not the best card in the world, but it's pretty good. And vigilance is nice as well. Like soldier tokens become 2/2s, knight tokens become 3/3s. So that would be pretty good. But knight tokens come with vigilance, so it doesn't really work without soldier tokens. So decent knight card. Another female. So this is another female card, but also a really good card. Vigilance, it's a dog. I mean, I guess that could potentially be a little kid, but pretty sure it's a chick. This is a search card, though, so I mean, that's something. You don't have very many land cards here. Okay, so we need to filter these, and let's look for uncommons first. So we're going to go uncommon, and then we will scroll over. Demotion. See, it's a solid card, you know, good color scheme. You got some dark colors there. I like that. Has a similar color scheme to Darien, which I like. Got 2 chicks. I'm thinking potentially grabbing this Marshall. Okay, enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token, then attach Ancestral's Blade to it. So like this, in Commander, you wouldn't think this would be a very good card. I mean, it's making a 1/1 soldier, and it gets a 1/1. Not necessarily the best. But then again, I mean, like artwork-wise, flavor-wise, for me, it's a sword with a dragon on it. You got a chick in the background, obviously, because, you know, every card has to be a chick nowadays, apparently. Got a chick killing a dragon. But the dragon sword is nice. The artwork is nice. It's giving you basically a 2/2, and then with God of Battle, like this is basically a creature, right? It's a creature card, 2-drop for a 2/2, but when it dies, it's still an artifact, right? So I mean, it's a nice card. I think it's worthwhile. It's basically a living artifact, but it's a living artifact that makes sense. You know, it's nice. So I would add this. Enters the battlefield, you search your library for a basic playing card available, put into your hand, shuffle. So like stuff like this is nice. It's a farmhand, 2/2 for, or 2 for a 1/1, and then you can turn it into a 3/3 lifelink. You know, it's not bad. Good artwork. Another chick though. I'd prefer to have a lot of dudes and artwork and stuff in my, like, bride's gown. That's pretty cool looking. Groom's finery is attached to a creature you control. Groom's finery. I like this though. I mean, it's a dress, but it's a cool looking dress. My color schemes too. Quick creature gets 2/0, gets an additional. So it's basically it's giving you +2. I mean, it's already good for a 2-drop with this deck because it's going to give you a lot of power and it gives you first strike. But you need Groom's Finery, and I don't know what Groom's Finery is. Things like this, I mean, good artwork. I like it. 1/1 counter on each creature isn't very super impactful, though, if you can't recycle this. Barb Strike enters battlefield, create a 1/1 color stopper artifact token with flying, and then attach Barb Spike to it. Quick creature gets 1/0. So it's basically a 2/1 flyer artifact. That's okay. So we might use those in this deck because it's going to be a lot stronger with our commander, but I just want to look and see if we're missing out on any better equipments. It's like this is a good one because it's giving 2/2, and then so like Barb Spike, I'd do Spectral Steel. Gets 2/2, and then you exile it. You graveyard return another Aurora equipment card. I mean, I would use that in a real life commander deck for sure. So Spectral Steel. It's like a 5-cent card. $5-cent card in real life, but I mean, decent artwork, another chick for sure. This can protect itself as well. I don't like it as much as this one though. This one can go from the graveyard and it recycles anything. So I would use this in a real deck just because it can bring back another equipment that would be better. But it also is pretty good because that gives you a 2/2. So, I mean, this would be a good one for us to get as well. But we can't get all of these right now, so... I like these little artifact soldiers. Look how cool that thing is. If I could make a deck with this, like a bunch of these, I would do it. Artifact creature soldiers. It look good. Doesn't seem to be very many of those, but they look great. Those are probably the best cards we're going to get out of this. So like cards like this, okay, as much like there's no way to really recycle these in mono white, so it sucks that you can't use this. But I really like cards like these. It's a 3-cost sorcery spell that can give you 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. It can give you life, and then if you have like Mentor of the Meek or one of those other card draws, potentially 3 cards. And the artwork is great. Like, look at that. You know? Like, even in a regular Commander game, it's just like, how many things can you have that you play one card and you get, 3 effects? You get 3, like, there's other cards that you could play, like Captain of the Watch, that could come in and give you 3 soldier tokens. But I mean, just stuff like this. There's simple decks like that you don't see in Commander that I really like, because Timely Reinforcements, it looks like such a nice card, you know? And if you had an instant spell that you could play and turn them into like 2/2s with first strike or something for a turn. But it's not like a super impactful card on its own is the problem. But like Captain of the Guard, it enters the battlefield, boom, you get 3 tokens with it. I think it gives an Anthem effect or something as well. But like, look at the artwork. You got black and red. Soldiers look good. So like in Halvyar, for instance, like you could play this, get 3 soldier tokens, potentially get some card draw. Then you could equip the soldier tokens or give them double strike and they're 2/2s with like double strike, you know? Which would be better than nothing. But or like Cathar's Crusade. Like in my Darien deck, I have I liked my Darien deck so much that technically if I played that deck and I didn't want to run like because you could make the argument that like Skywing Squadron, it's like a 5-drop or something. It comes in, its power's equal to like how many creatures you have or whatever. You attack your enemies with it, you get a bunch of tokens, right? But it takes time for that to work. You got to get multiple turns to use it. Where you could do like a Timely Reinforcement sorcery spell that like Coup de Grace that you could board wipe the whole board with. You could dump like 12 mana into it, get like 10 1/1 tokens, and then you could draw 10 cards off of it with like Mentor of the Meek. You know, you could get a bunch of life off of it. Something a lot more instantaneous, but wouldn't have as the impact over a course of a game. Because if you could ramp hard enough in white, you could say get to like 12 mana, 14 mana, and then just dump all of your mana into a big spell that swarms the board with tokens, right? And then it would have more benefit than just a creature. But early into the game, if you ran across those spells, you wouldn't want those. It's like basically it's a game-ending spell compared to a game-ending creature. But mono white just doesn't have the recursion for spells. Like once you use it, it's done. You know. But I really like the artwork on that, man. I really like it. Another Aurora gets 2/2 first strike, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. So like this right here could potentially be better for this guy because I can put an enchantment for 4. It gets 2/2 first strike, and then it deals combat damage to a player. You create a 1/1 soldier token. So like stuff like this, I would be fine with, and I think this is what you could do for a knight deck. You like amplify your knights, and then the knights make soldiers, and then you could use the soldiers as fodder. So this is pretty good. This would work good with our commander. So now we got to decide if we want, this, which we can return something back from the graveyard and get a good starting creature out early, or we can run things like Commanding Presence and Angel this thing. Because like even this, like by itself, a 4-drop with our commander, we don't get double strike unless the commander's equipped, but then you're at least getting, a +1 out of it. I think we drop this one. We take Commanding Presence. First strike. So this is a 4-drop for a 3/3 first strike. That's pretty good. And then at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, target creature you control gains double strike. So I mean, that's a decent card in itself. Let's try to get back here, find more equipments. Like, I'm fine with the angels like this. These are all chicks. They look pretty good. These things like this, mass production, 6-drop, create 4 color soldier artifact tokens. But enter the battlefield effects and stuff. Could be really good. Like with Darien and a Soul Sister, I mean that's 4 life, potentially 4 cards. Manifold Key. We could get a Colossus Hammer. So you can get this, you could dump like 4 mana into it, give him a 2. That's like a ramp ability. Pretty good artwork. See, potentially in mono white, stuff like this. So, like in Darien, for instance, I could put 3 on a creature, tap it, mill 3 cards into the graveyard. But if I have like Sun Titan or like my graveyard recursion, this could help me draw cards. It's basically card draw, as long as you can recur the stuff. That's something with Karmic Guise, is that it's something that I could do with Javier, God of Battle, that I can't do any other time, because I could use that card, put the sword on it, and then keep recycling stuff out of my graveyard, which would be pretty powerful. Seek a card with mana value equal to the damage. This is pretty good. for a 1-drop. But seek a card with mana value equal to that damage. One at random from your library into your hand. I like the axe, the artwork, everything, so let me... Magic the Gathering, Soul Stealer's Axe. I need some rollings. There's nothing. It says seek card with mana value equal to that damage, and that's what throws this off for me, is I think you would have to have... I mean, it's giving trample, but you'd have to have exact damage to play the card, I'm guessing. And that seems hard to do, especially like with double strike combat damage. Like the lowest I could get is like 2. But that is a search card. It's like in Darien, if I put this on a creature, I could search out cards with 1, and I could do that repeatedly. So I like it. I like the equipment. But I don't know if it's worth it necessarily, because you have to be able to hit your opponent exactly for this amount of damage. But I don't think that's a normal card. I think it's only for the game. I'd be tempted to try that though, and actual commander outside of the game, because that seems like a really strong ability. Okay. Got another living weapon that gives vigilance and lifelink. That's really good. Wow. I like this. For each gate. I don't know anything about gates though, but... So you get trample and haste as long as it's a legendary. This seems pretty good. This one's decent. Free equipment costs. Free equipment costs would be pretty good. This is pretty good. These are good. That's a good card right there. Card draw, equipment. See, things like this, like Shield of the Realms, I have one of, like, I have these, some of these. Good looking card, but, I mean, prevents 2 of a damage. It's not necessarily the best. Like, it's pretty decent because you can prevent multiple instances of damage against your creature, and it works good versus like shock cards and stuff and mono red. But it's not a super impactful card. Except for like, I guess, you know, thinking on it with Aldrich Master Tactician or Guardian of the Gates that can, if or Menace or you know, if you have those cards and you're blocking or getting attacked by or blocking or getting blocked by multiple creatures, then you would negate more damage in total with this shield. So like with Menace, you could block 2/2/2s or attack 2/2/2s, and then you'd prevent 4 damage off of them, which would be pretty good. It's like Thran Power Suit, equipped creature gets 1/1 for each Aurora equipment attached to it and has Ward 2. That's a really strong ability. So like for that, I'd probably drop Ancestral Blade, because this is something that could potentially end the game, and it gives you protection. Look at that. Artifact Creature Knight. Diamond Knight. Decent looking armor work. Kind of looks dumb, but it's okay. Vigilance, enters, choose a color. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen color, put a 1/1 counter on Diamond Knight. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. The issue with this is that you choose a color, and if we're casting artifacts, you're not going to get that many colors potentially from this. But I do like that, because this could grow big really quick, and it does have vigilance. It has like that old-timey knight feel. See, like Gate to Afterlife. Decent. Pattern matcher. Decent looking golem. Looks like he's holding a bunny. This is interesting if you were building a normal deck, because there's cards that let you search out things with other card names. You get 4 of these, you know, and some other ones. You could search out your cards really quickly. And it's 4/4/3/3, so it's not bad. There it is. Symmetry Matrix. This must be really powerful right now. to be able to just use this card and draw a bunch in mono white and stuff. So you can get 4 of them in a deck. Grand Power Suit, Commanding Presence. So we need to drop... We'll drop White Dragon. This gives Trample. It's hard to make decks is because there's so many good options. Like, so like Plate Armor, I have this card in real life. I never get to use it in a deck because it's just not that beneficial, you know? It looks really good. Everything about it looks really good. Thematically, it looks really good. 3/3, Ward 1, pretty decent, you know? And then you equip 3, and it gets 1 less to activate for each other equipment. Also, there's stuff like, was it Protector of Argive? There's like a creature. There's stuff like this that's, this guy. Steward of Argive. So creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1. So like it's stuff like this. Like I think if you have like Ward, it's something no one ever like I never see that much Ward. But they have to pay 1. I mean it's a little bitty detail, but if you get a couple of these or you get like Ward 3, you get a couple things that give Ward. Or if like if you had a card that increases the casting cost of like spells, because it's kind of almost better than hexproof in a way, because you're taking more mana away from people, but it's also not. But like this really nice card, looks really good. Never hardly get to use it because it's just not that great. But when you look at the card itself, when you're making a deck, a two cost for a 3/3 that has Ward. If you look at it as a creature, it's pretty decent, but then you still have to pay 3. Actually, the ability costs 1 less for each other equipment. So, potentially, it's a 2-drop 3/3 monster with Ward. You know, and then like in a white deck, this is a 4/4 with Ward for 2 mana. And that's a pretty good value, you know, if you really think about it that way. But that's not really how things work out, you know? I do like cards like this though, a lot. But I think like Leather Armor, you get 0/1, has Ward 1. I mean, it's decent, but it's not going to be useful. Like, it's a good looking card, and I like the thematic touch of it. But when it comes to Commander, it doesn't really do much. I mean, it gives you another Ward 1, so it can stack up your Ward, but other than that... let's see here. Probably need to get rid of some of these more expensive cards. Then again, I mean, these cards did save our tail a couple times before, so it's kind of hard to get rid of them. They're also the biggest creatures that we have at the moment. Pay 3, draw a card. Resistance squad, decent. I'll drop that. Okay. So we have one mythic rare that we can do. See, things like this, like History of Benelia, you know, drop it down. You're getting some 2/2 white knights, and then you get a bonus, you know. It's a 3-drop for 2 2/2s, and then a bonus. It's pretty decent. And like the artwork on like Gideon looks pretty good. Vigilance, lifelink, or indestructible. I like this. I might get this for this thing, because he's a 4/4 human soldier with indestructible on my turn. So I'm probably gonna have to equip him over and over again though. But that's pretty good. And then prevent all damage that would be dealt to Gideon Blackbeard during your turn. And then up to one other target creature you control gains your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Indestructible. And it's a form of removal. Got Knight Captain of Eos. Things like this artwork is really good. Sworn to the Legion. Double team. What? So good artwork, good color scheme. Perpetual effects are not removed from cards that change zones. When a creature with double team attacks, if it's not a token, conjure a duplicate into your hand, then both of them lose double team. I kind of want to do this so I can understand what the hell that is, because that sounds really powerful. Sworn to the Legion. It's not... It doesn't appear to be a real card, but there's not any rules on it. But it sounds like you're going to be able to cast a creature over and over again. So, perpetual effects are not removed from cards that change zones. So, when it enters the battlefield, non-token creatures perpetually gain double team. So they're going to have double team, and no matter where that card goes, it gets double team. And whenever you cast a creature spell, it gains double team. So when a creature with double team attacks, if it's not a token, you conjure a duplicate into your hand. So I think it's letting you cast your creatures twice. If that's true, then this right here is a really powerful card for the standard. So if you have, so say like if I had 4 of those cards that let me search out another card that was on the field that I was looking at earlier, and then I had 4 of these, that's a 4-drop and a 6-drop, and then I had, you know, a card that searched out 4 duplicates, or it had any other card, basically, I could say, like if I had that stray cat that gets +1/+1 where the stray cat enters the field, and then had lifelink, I could put one of those down, use the golem thing, search out another one, and then if I had this thing, so if I had Sworn of the Legion down, and I played the cat would then gain a copy in my hand when it attacks, and then I could play the golem, which would find another cat to bring to my hand, and then I would have the golem attack and become a copy golem in my hand, which I could then play another golem to search another cat, and I could play other cats to search other cats and make more cats. So like this right here seems to be an extremely powerful card. But I guess we'll have to see. Like, we're playing Historic Brawl. I probably should just make a standard deck that's really strong that I could use multiples of the same card in, but this is rough. So we get Thran Power Suit. We get a couple of removals and Thran Power Suit. I guess we'll keep. I just like the speed of the game. Like this right here, a very solid speed. Oh my god, it's a counter deck. I'm about to be pissed. He has a commander that gives you a benefit every time you counter a spell. That must be the most annoying deck I have ever seen. I think he left because he saw that I had 1 mana to get my commander on the field, and then connect that, and put that armor on it, and the armor had ward. So after I had it, he would have to pay the 1 ward for it. But see, I'm getting older, okay? I can still play games fairly... Oh, someone sent me a message. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, maybe not. Alright, so we got a Mace, we got 3, we got Resplendent Cathar. This is a strong hand. I think we win, potentially. I think we win with this. So we play the Mace, creature gets 2/2, Resplendent Cathar comes down. So like stuff like this, like Resplendent Cathar, huge benefit in Commander. I would put this in a deck that I was building tokens with, and it's making human creature tokens. Equipped creature gets 1/1. I don't know. I don't think we care about that right now. I mean, 1/1 would be decent. Watch that screw me so hard. Oh, he has that token generation deck, but he also has Goro Goro. That's dumb. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose 100%. We are going to lose. 150% we're gonna lose. Thing is, when his commander comes down, we have to destroy it, otherwise he just wins. We lose. There's nothing that we can do here to stop this potentially. He has a huge board state right now. I mean, we could turn him into a sword and then just keep swinging with this, but it's not going to have double strike. And the vigilance is wasted. And then that is there's like, you know, like 2 turns, that's gonna come right back. He could block with those tokens and kill my Cathar too. I mean, there's no benefit here. This Cathar, it's definitely over. I'm just gonna leave. The game's over. He has 2 extremely powerful goblins turn 1 on the battlefield and equipments. Not winning. Okay? Not happening. That one goblin specifically is completely removed from most of the commander matches I've ever played because he's that OP. You just turn 4, copy all your goblins. And then every turn it just doubles and doubles and doubles. It's nuts. Oh. I guess we get to see what Sworn to the Legion does. I love the artwork on this card. There was a bunch of chicks in that, though. For sure. So we're going to get lifelink 4/4. Turn 3. Potentially. Let's try to get first strike on it. This is like Jonathan's deck with the little burn deck. Yeah, see, this is a bait. We can't block. Sucks that I don't have, oh, I thought they gave flying, but I guess not. I also like that Auroras can enchant allied creatures. Oh, crap. I messed up. Anyway. He doesn't get vigilance, though. See what they do. First strike is actually so good. Because that means, like, he could, if he had, like, 6 1/1s and he tried to block them, I would just destroy all. He can only block with, like, 1. Good value. I think we just take the damage this next turn. I just want to see what this does. I'm thinking it's going to add a copy of a creature in my hand, or that when I play a creature. Or this says, oh, I could have played Selfless Samurai at the end of last turn. So these demons get 1/1. They get lifelink first strike. So next turn we drop the enchantment, then we swing in with everything, potentially. And then when we attack, we get a duplicate into her hand. Mother. We just needed one. I don't want to take the free damage, but I could potentially just put this sword on it and keep swinging. Just keep getting life off of the deer. It's equip cost of 3. Why the hell is this thing so big? So if he attacks with that, we can block. Now we would trade, but for a deck that we put together pretty recently against people that are doing this shit, we have a shot. Like, his deck's way better than mine right now. Pay 4. I think we have the potential to win, boys. Potential. Oh, he's going to remove it. Oh, he's fighting it. Why didn't that... Oh, yeah. Okay, it did. Oh, did we lose off of that? Oh, he got the Pilgrim. I hate this dude. This guy is he's annoying. God damn it. We lose. 100% we lose here. I mean, we could put the golem down. But then it's just going to keep going back to her hand. And we really needed that enchantment. Like, look at this. Alright. Game's over. Game is over. We need to find... Maybe we need to just find something... Let's go to play. So you can use a legendary or a planeswalker. Standard brawl, can we use... Okay, standard brawl we can't. I guess that's why we were doing the other guy. So Goro. And then we needed equipment. Yeah, that's what we were looking for before. We were going to get equipment so that we could use these. Yeah, so this is basically like the ever-flowing chalice. It's a big mana rock. Bone Soul. I don't think this goblin did any better than the other one, though. If we're gonna be completely honest. I should have used my stuff to play standard. I needed to just get 4 basic cards. Always seems like we have this Ronin in our hands. 2 damage to target. Chill, creature. Oh god, let's see what our crappy white deck will do here. We're going in strong, boys. Looks good. Got removal. We can search out a few cards here. It's not as good as the strayed cat, but it's something, you know? I don't really have any win cons in the deck, so I don't know how I'm supposed to win. We're gonna win with pure. Yeah, but the older I get, the more I kind of enjoy games like this that are kind of relaxed, just thinking games. I think that says something about our anatomy. So, flying lifelink. We lose the game right here unless we can get rid of this thing. I mean, what are we supposed to do with that? You know? It's a flying lifelink that does it for 4. And there's not really much, if anything, that we can do besides try to go wide. So we basically got to wait for it to attack. And then after it gets done, it's going to gain 4 life, and then we need to be able to do more than 4 damage. don't know if we should take that. I wish I could tap this, but I think we gotta destroy. It went. The angel. We're down 1. I mean, we had to do it, but we're down 1 now. Bought herself a turn, at least. Bought herself a turn. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you play mono white, you gotta have cards that do multiple things. That was a 3/1 attacking creature that can also destroy artifacts and enchantments. So now we have to out damage the angel. So we're in a good spot. Okay, he's blocking 1. That's good for us. He's bringing them back next turn, though, so, I mean, we can't win unless we can kill the angel, and we don't have the removal. We do not have the removal. Probably should have destroyed the vehicle, but that'll buy us another turn. He should block a 3/1, and I think he just saw it. Oh, he's gonna block the damage. There's just not much we can do here. Exile Center, return. So this is about to be another creature here in a second. He has legendary creatures. I don't even have a legendary creature yet. I could deal with some more card draw if somebody wanted to do that. We got 38 cards. He has 43, so we have card advantage, but we're just not going to be able to win the game. They're about to get this menace thing going. They got 5/5. Oh, they got a 5/5. Death Touch Menace. Death Touch and Menace. Heart of the cards. Heart of the cards. Jeez, that was close. I don't think I can get much luckier there, alright? Luckily I had some more creature removal somewhere in the deck. keep. Gotta pull these lands out, make the deck more efficient, you know. Wow. Swinging in for 3, baby. These are some nice paid-for color things. I think we go for the big hit as much as we can. All we do is draw cards, man. It's all we do in this deck. We draw cards and we swarm. And we remove stuff, hump up. Yeah. That's all we got. That's all we got. So you got a powerful vehicle, and if he gets this on a creature, we're done. 100%. So it's 2, and then we can pay 2, draw a card, and then we can pay 2, add a mana of any color. This isn't as good as we wanted, but this is basically a non-existent card. Has double strike. We lose Cathar or another creature no matter what we do, so we don't have any time to waste with these guys. So now he has Death Touch. You may sacrifice another creature. If you do, create a tapped Power Stone token. Exile a creature from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/3 colors zombie artifact creature token. So we need this to be gone. All we can do is rush, my boys. All we can do is rush. We need as much power as possible, as quickly as possible, Pupper. You understand, Pupper? We've got to become the strongest Magic Arena player ever known. We start from the bottom and work our way up. All this looks pretty good. Keep it. You know how we're going to climb the ranks, Pupper? We have to have consistency. We don't need to win every match. We don't need to beat people out all the time. But we need to win more than 50%. Okay? More than 50%. Going in strong. Going in strong for the 1 damage, Pupper. Each opponent discards a card. Ooh. Ooh. I guess out of this, we discard the card draw. Okay, we could have discarded the land, I guess. You want to stop me? Ha! You will not stop me. Reveals their hand, you choose not. Oh, you jerk. It's not worth it to block. Go here. Next combat. It's artifact creature, so technically we could just destroy it. Human ninja. Okay. So basically, we need to use all the cards in our hand before it hits us. Damn. Not much that we can do with that. So we'll go combat, we'll attack with all, and then we'll see if he blocks. Okay, so he's gonna block for 1. We go to damage. End turn. He's gonna get 1 card from us here. Well, I say, boys, when you don't have a powerful deck, you gotta make it as efficient, as fast as possible. Ooh, I like this. Skeleton Warrior. See, this is the kind of like card stuff. I wouldn't even mind going into black for this, but you see how it's a black and a red soldier, even though it's a skeleton. I like that a lot. You know? Like if I go black. Why are there white cards here? Can we not? So like these conscripts enter the battlefield tapped 2/1 for 1 mana. Exile target creature or planeswalker. So exile. It's -2/-2. Could be Aurora, sort of. Alright, see, but this, we still got to go over here, and then you're always going to want to come and do 4 Evolving Wilds. I don't know if it's worth it for us to do that, though. And then we come back over here and remove this. I just want to rotate this over here real quick. So, exile a creature card from graveyard, create a token that's a copy of exile card, except as this creature gets reach. So, these will be good for card draw, make the deck more efficient. I don't know if we need it to not be blocked. This can make the deck more efficient. Okay. And then we just slide on over here. This is a strong card. Don't know how I feel about that card. This is pretty good. He's getting a buff and you're destroying an opponent's creature. Exile the Saga, then return it to the battlefield transformed. Attacks, it gets X0 until end of turn, where X is a rat ninja. Lifelink and ninjutsu. 4-drop. Need an artifact and an enchantment. So we have some enchantments. We have artifacts and those 6 cards. So we might need some more enchantments here, but we'll have to figure that out here in a second. So Shadow Walker, Guts Ninjutsu, 6-drop 5/5. We'll take that because that could be a win con, sort of. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If a creature card is exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. It's a Death Touch Bear. So it's basically a removal card is how you got to think about it, but tap it. If there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard, transform. Blunt Sword, Knight's power and toughness are each equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. See, what's interesting about these is like the creatures, when they have Death Touch, the creatures themselves are basically like removal spells. But we also have these, which can destroy target creature. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Like this is a draw card or something else. Explode a creature, target player draws 2 cards and just this is card draw. See, I don't care about this. And then this, I mean, this beetle technically is okay, but it's making them lose 1 card. It basically negate White's effects, but it's a 1/1 for 2. A resurrection spell. I wish there was more things for this cult conscript. I really like the artwork for this. Got lifelink. See, I don't think we need that much. So this isn't necessarily the best, but it's okay. Because basically you'd use this for removal. So deal combat damage, you discard a creature card, and then you destroy a creature that they control. And then you would use the undead butler guy, discard him. This is a toss-up because, I mean, it's basically a removal spell, but it's less situational. Seems like I always get black cards when I get, like, card rewards, too. It's what bugs me a little bit. Sack an artifact or creature, draw a card. We'll try this one out real quick. I don't think this one's going to work as well. Standard black deck. I think a white deck, we have potential. We could actually go and make a decent deck out of those. All we really need in the white deck is like a few more win cons. It's like this. Like, look at this. You just got destroy stuff. It's a mulligan. Like, you got some really expensive creature cards here. Yeah, all we have is a bunch of creature removal. Stuff's useless. Sort of, I mean. Oh, he has unearth abilities. Okay, well that's stupid. Now he's gonna unearth and get some more tokens. Okay, it's only for a turn, that's okay. Oh. That's not good. I think we just go ahead and block with it, to be honest. No, we can't. Six. We can trade 6 for 5. So that's... Seems like we're probably not really supposed to use the skeletons. Skeletons aren't really doing much in there. I guess what I'm supposed to do is like just have a bunch of creature removal and I can just sit there and remove their stuff over and over again, but I'm cool with this. So yeah, we just need some more Resplendent Cathars, I think. And this deck would be better. Get a 2/2 for 2. Circuit Mender. I don't really have as much experience playing any other deck color besides mono white. Like I dabbled a little bit in some of the other colors, but mono white's always been my thing because when people say mono white was the worst, that's the place that I gravitated towards, all right? That's all I can really tell you. See, but you don't need like a. You either make a deck that's really like mana efficient or whatever, and you have cards that every single card is basically a win con, like I did with Darien, or you have a deck that's really efficient on getting creatures and value out, and then you have a few cards that are kind of your win conditions. So like this Cathar card is my win condition in here. So now what, we got 5 mana? Like, all we're doing with this deck is we're putting creatures down and we're card drawing, so each creature's card draw, it's replacing itself, making my deck way more efficient. The cost for each card is fairly low, you know. Whereas, like, the black deck, you can draw cards by paying life, or you draw cards by doing something. I think maybe in the black deck, we don't really need to draw that many cards necessarily. I think what we need to do is we need to put our creatures need to be the removal, and then we turn our removal into card draw, and that way that we could keep the deck relatively fast, you know. So this is pretty decent. Yeah, so we're able to swarm the board with this. We're gonna have plenty of creatures. We'll keep it. But see, like, Evolving Wilds first turn, activate it. Very little change difference between me and my opponent, but I got 1 extra card out of my deal, so we're at 52. He's at 46. What? That's weird. And Citizen Crowbar. It's weird because technically in standard play you have less cards than in Yu-Gi-Oh! But Commander, you basically have the same amount of cards as in Yu-Gi-Oh! But Yu-Gi-Oh! Can use the same cards repeatedly. So I don't know necessarily why they don't allow you to, well, I kind of understand, but. Alright, so we put this down. This gives us value when we attack, so we're going wide early. See, so now we get a big creature and we get to go wide. That's kind of what this is. So turn 3, we're cooking. So ideally, we'd want to make a deck that's focused around Resplendent Cathar. That's alright. But ideally, we'd want to make a deck that's focused around Resplendent Cathar. Okay, so he's using a bunch of removals. Play this down. Go ahead and equip that to her. We're still cooking with oil here, fellas. Getting some life, draw a card. Play the planes. Unless you have a board wipe, you're not living. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's no way he has something that he can play. Swarm the board, man. Swarm the board. I just don't have that many win cons. Like, so my creatures allow me to draw cards so they replace themselves. As long as I'm able to do that, that's technically my go wide strategy. But I don't have any mana ramp or anything either. So I can only play so many a turn. And then Cathar, Resplendent Cathar is at least somewhat cheap for me to buy or to put into play. And it gives me value, but it's hard. So like this right here, 3 costs all the way across. I need 1 land, so potentially a bad game for me. But we'll keep it. And hopefully we draw a land next turn. Land in a... I'd prefer to have like some level 2 creatures though. Because like this, that isn't... It's not a good effect. So this guy, he has more tempo than me right now. But now I can put this down, and then when this comes, I'm going to be able to scry for the next turn. So I'm about to get a good amount of card draw. So the real question is, who has more mana and card draw and creatures here? We're running like the same sort of deck right now. So let's not block. We run this. Plains will give us 5. Doesn't really help us next turn. We need the ramp though. We need the ramp. So we don't attack. We're just gonna have to take the beating because they beat us in a ramp, and then hopefully we stay healthy enough that we'll be able to turn this around. Okay. Still not a whole lot we can do here. So that should be 5. We could exile a card and get rid of 1. Could potentially be good. This thing's basically worthless here. Actually, we could use this to block somebody. So let's keep this open and let's see if we get... Yeah, I think we just keep the mana. And then we block 1 next combat. Yeah. We could technically get rid of a couple of white spells in our hand to do this, but we have 3 blockers. We potentially lose this next turn. Okay, let's see what they got. I should have used my Valorous Stance in one of the other turns to bring this. Is what we should have did. Damn, we lose because of this. We kind of messed up there, I think, because if we played, so if we didn't play the horse card, we played the other one, we would have been able to draw a card. We got the beetle. We could have played the beetle, got 2 life. We would have survived that turn, and then we would have been good. So we lost twofold because one, I destroyed the wrong creature from the previous thing, and then the second thing, I played the wrong creature at the end, so. Alright. So we got 3 lands, we got a couple of throngs. I'll just keep it. Someone that paid for card stuff. So next turn, if he doesn't attack with this one, we go on the offensive with ours, potentially. Could be bad for us. So this is what we need to destroy right here. I mean, I guess we just put the other one down. And if they try to do anything, then we can at least destroy all their creatures when they attack. God dang it, man. This card is the most annoying thing. I don't know why. Every card's running it, though. Every card. Probably because it's giving you 3 creatures and, you know, a buff, and you got 4 of them in your deck, but whatever. No attacks. We just gotta be able to stay on par. Right now, we're basically even, so we're at a stalemate. This thing is gonna be, what, tosses this over. Okay, so the Gallia Greeters, we got to kill that at some point. We got to get rid of it pretty soon, or we're going to have problems. So we need 1 mana, and then we can use the Limousine to get rid of that. Okay. So he's attacking with this. So now we block with this, and we block with her, and that will kill that off. So basically our boards were set up like a chessboard. I know exactly what I'm blocking with to kill what. Oh, my second creature didn't destroy. So we actually won that trade there, and now we got this. We can do Limousine. Oh, crap. He's going to pay to destroy this. That's fine, though. So, right now, if we attack with either of these, this will come uneven. And we're basically uneven now because we play... He's going to destroy the Limousine, and then he'll get his thing back. But it won't have the counters, I believe, so that's something. So we need to attack with the Limousine and get rid of this now. Which sucks. Attacking with 1/1s. Okay. So we're going to block that with this. We'll use the trainee to block one. Six. So during their turn, when they attack, we should be able to activate this ability and destroy their anthem. I believe. Okay. I'm just gonna block this one. She will block this. We forgot to turn our limousine into a creature, so we kind of screwed ourselves. Should be 13. Do we risk this? Do we risk getting the land, getting rid of this? I mean, it destroys an artifact or enchantment. Okay, so that was kind of worth it. I guess if we attacked with the car, we could have banished one of these last turn. We could have. We got 1 life. We're not going down. He gets to untap a creature and... Oh, he's going to destroy the limousine! Maybe not. He should destroy the limousine. We need to destroy his crowbar. Is what we need to do. See, if we could have attacked with these, we could have used this to destroy an artifact or enchantment, but I don't think there's much of anything that we can do here. I think we need more hopeful initiates too. So 1 drop with training and a removal. Like, I think we need to replace all the training cards for the one that's a removal card. And then we can keep those. We'd have 4 of those, and then we'd have 4. I don't know if that's the best thing to do. We do 4 of those, and we got 4 crowbars. That's quite a few removals. And we need to get some more of those other things that we had. It's a good card. So basically, you know, draw 2 cards here. So here, activate ability, basic land. Sadly, we don't get the initiate off turn 1, but it's alright. Do hopeful initiate. We have advantage, sir. Fine with it. Oh. I guess we're okay. Not the best hand. I don't really like not having creatures to play early, so we probably should mulligan when we get these. Rabid Ewok. We'll get to that when we get to it. I think we probably should just pay to exile that, if we're going to be honest. We are the winner. Brilliant Restoration. That's a good card. 7 mana though. Return our artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Mono white. This is how we do it. It's like speed chess, man. That's what I like, you know, when you play these games that you don't have to sit around and read everything for 5 seconds. I'm fine with that. Vigilance and trample. I think we give 2. Do we give up 5 creatures? Nah, no blocks. We comin' for that booty when we come. We be comin' for that booty when we come. We be comin' for that booty, comin' for that booty. What is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put X artifacts or X or creature cards with mana 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Tapped creature. Perilous Trainer. No, we can block with the bug for a free draw. That'd be worth it. Maybe. Possibly. This thing has vigilance, so we can't just destroy it with the creature.